What up, everybody? Good morning and a happy Wednesday. Making the turn on this brand new, or not brand new week. What am I doing? I'm ready for the weekend. I don't know about you. Hey, thanks for hanging out with us. No matter how you're tuning in. If it's on those radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com. You've got your Alexa devices. Just say you Alexa play NWAYY. You can stream it up online at our website, sportstalk1051.com. Your app, Wisco Sports App, and the video stream is also up and rolling here this morning. Multiple different ways for you to be joining in on the fun. What do we have on the game plan for us this morning? What's on that breakfast menu for us this morning? All right, we're going to talk some Bucks. We'll talk some hoops with Bucks falling again last night. No surprise probably for a lot of people with no Giannis in last night's game, but the Bucks falling to the 76ers, 139-122. Milwaukee dropping to 18-27 on the season, 3.5 back from that final wild card spot. So, yeah, things, I don't know, things are not continue to look worse and worse and worse when it comes to the Bucks here. But looking at last night, you had Bobby Portis, 17 points, Kyle Kuzma, 17 points, Miles Turner put up 31. Dude balled out last night. Ryan Rollins had 24, but yeah, Gary Trent Jr., 13 off the bench. After that, Bucks shot 51% from the field, 44% from three, but Philadelphia shot 52% from three. So Bucks will be back at it tomorrow as they take on the Washington Wizards. Speaking of hoops, Marquette, though, at least one Milwaukee basketball team was able to get a victory last night. They took down Creighton. So got a little rivalry night tonight. Some border battles. Some can we call Stout and Eau Claire border battle? Different counties and such. I don't know, but for D3 wise, local college wise, it's UW Eau Claire taking on UW Stout in both men's and women's basketball. Both games are going to be at Sontag. Women's game will tip off at 6. Men's team will be tipping off around 8. And then we got Badgers Gophers down at the Kohl Center in Madison. That game's going to be tip time around 8 o'clock. So, yeah, got some rivalry action tonight for some college basketball. So we'll talk some hoops throughout the morning here. Also on the docket, I do want to talk some more Brewers. I know yesterday we talked Mizorowski, we talked Braden Woodruff and such. So as we get closer to pitchers and catchers reporting, as we get closer to spring training and such, the person I want to talk about today is Jackson Chourio. So if you've kind of been following along a little bit with MLB Network and their top 10 at each position, the shredder rankings and such, so they did left fielders yesterday. If you remember last year, Yelich and Chourio both showed up in the top 10 for left fielders. Chourio showed up at 10, no Yelich. So when it comes to Jackson Chourio, obviously there was a ton of excitement heading into his second year last year. We had, some high expectations coming off of his rookie year, right? I mean, his rookie year, 2024, 21 home runs, 79 RBIs. Stolen bases. We were talking about, is this going to be a guy, maybe has a little 30-30 action and such. That wasn't the case. Injuries and such. When you compare the numbers, 2024, he played in 148 games. He hit for 275. He had 21 home runs, 79 RBIs, 22 stolen bases, 39 walks. I bring that up for a reason here in just a second. So last year he played in 131 games. Again, dealing with some injuries, just 3 more hits, did have 6 more doubles, same amount of home runs, nearly the same amount of RBIs, just one less, 78, 21 stolen bases, 30 walks. So a lot of 270 batting average. So maybe didn't hit the numbers or the expectations that we had for Cheerio last year. But heading into year 3, 22 years old, year 3. How much does he got to take that next step to be the guy, the man, the dude within this lineup, the guy that carries this team, the MVP, if you will, of this team? Does it have to happen this year? What are your expectations when it comes to Jackson Cheerios? Looking at, again, projections from Baseball Reference. If I give you these numbers right now, what would if let's say this is the season Cheerio has, what would your reaction be to this? 280 batting average, which would be higher than his first 2 years. 804 OPS, which would be higher than his previous 2 years. Slugging, 474, which would be higher. However, home runs, 21. RBIs, 76. So fewer RBIs, same amount of home runs, 19 stolen bases. Fewer. Wouldn't hit that 20 mark. They do have 110 strikeouts, which each year that he's had so far, he's had 121. So that line. Actually, I'm looking at some plate appearances too. So they would have 552, which actually is lower than any year. So his rookie year, 573 plate appearances, 589 last year. They're projecting 552 this year. If that was those main numbers, if that was Jackson Cheerios' line this year, your reaction would be what? All right, we'll talk about that. We'll chat some green and gold this morning and keep you posted if there is any, more updates on coaching stuff and position coaches and whatnot. So we'll hit that all up throughout the next few hours as well. It is a Whiteboard Wednesday, so we'll get to that as well. It is a Mike's Star Market Am I Wrong Wednesday. So give me your sports takes. Give me your sports opinions. Give me your thoughts that you would say at the end. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking this? Am I wrong for believing this? Am I wrong for saying that? I can tell you right now what my am I wrong is right now, and I might as well just get to it. Am I wrong? The Pro Football Hall of Fame needs to check themselves before they wreck themselves even more. I mean, y'all heard about it by now, I would assume. But apparently, Bill Belichick did not get into the Hall of Fame. He eventually will. But if there was like a lock for a first ballot Hall of Famer, Bill Belichick doesn't get in. Now, there's a bunch of rumblings and rumors. Did Bill Polian kind of lead this charge? So let's take it a step back here. To get in, you have 50 voters for this thing, for the Hall of Fame. You need at least 40 to get in there. That means at least 11 voters out of the 50. It could be more, but at least 11 said no to Belichick in the Hall of Fame. Now, there's rumors that was it Bill Polian that kind of led this charge. Bill Polian isn't helping himself out here because originally he had told Sports Illustrated, I think it was Sports Illustrated or ESPN, one of the two, that he did not, that he voted for Bill Belichick. It wasn't him that was leading this charge. But then in another interview or another comment said, well, now I can't 100% be certain if I voted for him or not. Dude, what? I mean, come on. So that doesn't look good. You add in all the stuff. Bill Polian's a Hall of Fame general manager. He is literally in the Hall of Fame. But there's some stuff that he has said over the last few years where it's like, okay, is ego coming into play here? Well, we had a first-round grade on Tom Brady. Come on. Lamar Jackson should be a wide receiver. Those are probably the two big ones out there. And I get some people are going to say, well, Spygate, Deflategate, that sort of thing. Okay. All right. If that's the thing, then those voters should keep that same energy when Tom Brady's up for the Hall of Fame. If you're going to use Deflategate as part of this, you got to put it as part of Tom Brady. Tom Brady's the one who got suspended for Deflategate. He got suspended for 4 games. So if you're going to use that, keep the same energy when it's Tom Brady. And the thing is, it's not. It's not going to be the case. Now, I don't know if it's like Baseball Hall of Fame. Did some of these voters didn't like how Bill Belichick, was in media and press conferences and such, which you get Bill away from doing press conferences, and he does, other stuff on TV and that. He's actually really good. He won an Emmy for the top 100 NFL players thing that they did a few years ago. It boggles my mind, and I think this is absolutely ridiculous. Like, I have, for the longest time, I always thought it would be cool. When you think about your dream jobs or something you would love to, like, y'all know me, I love my sports history, and I always thought it would be one of the coolest things to be a Pro Football Hall of Fame voter. Like, that team historian, I'd love Cliff Crystal's job with the Packers team historian. I would love to be a Pro Football Hall of Fame voter because I think that is such a cool thing to do, such a cool honor. This is ridiculous. I want the voters who said no to that, man up. Explain yourselves. Have some transparency into this. I'd be shocked if anybody does, considering the outrage and the talk. There's a part of me that wonders if there was, the mindset of all the ones who voted no that said, okay, he's probably going to be a lock. So, you know what? I'm going to put my vote in for this guy because I think he should get in. Belichick's going to be a lock, but I'm going to put my vote towards this person so that maybe they get a shot to get in. And maybe they didn't understand the new rules and such of just how much harder it is to get in the Hall of Fame. So did they get too cute in this voting thing? But good Lord, this is a very, 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 very bad look. Very bad look. And it's going to be met with a lot of scrutiny, and it's going to be met with a lot of, questions and all the above. But that's my easy, am I wrong? It takes a hit. It takes a major, major hit. So, all right. Let's take that. That's your game plan for us this morning. So let's pitter patter. Let's get at her, shall we? We'll take our break and get to our topics at hand. We'll talk some football. We'll talk some baseball. We'll talk some hoops. All that good stuff. What are your am I wrongs? And et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So, all right. That's your game plan. We'll be back with the leadoff coming up after these quick words. When joint pain, stiffness, or injury affects your daily life, turn to Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Their experienced physicians and care teams provide comprehensive orthopedic care for shoulders, hips, knees, backs, and more. Focused on helping you move comfortably again. From diagnosis to treatment and recovery, you'll receive personalized care close to home. Learn more or schedule your appointment online by checking out cvosm.com. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, expert care to keep you moving. I kind of figured that this would be people chiming in on this. C-Bomb right away saying this should be a grind my gears Tuesday. Any Hall of Fame voter that left Belichick off needs to lose their voting rights immediately. 8 Super Bowl wins, 6 as a head coach, taking a 6th-round draft pick and turning him into the greatest quarterback ever. It is an absolute joke. Love him or hate him, this is wrong. Honestly, if they would have renamed a Lombardi trophy after him, there's an argument to be made for that. Ridiculous. Jeremy says, tell me I'm wrong. The NFL Hall of Fame is a joke. Bill Belichick isn't getting into the Hall of Fame on his first ballot. That is a shame. I don't care if he had Spygate and Deflategate on his resume. Dude is arguably the greatest coach of all time. He needs to be a first ballot. Tell me I'm wrong. If they kept Bill out for Spygate, Tom Brady shouldn't get on the first ballot due to Deflategate. I can't because that was mine too, Jeremy. Like I said, if that is part of it for some of those voters, that same energy should be applied to when Brady's on the ballot for Deflategate, since he did get suspended for 4 games. Whether we agree with it or not, it happens. It's on the record. I don't know. Like, I was looking at the list of voters, and obviously, as some of them who are Hall of Fame voters have gone on social media, and the ones who did vote for Belichick had said they all thought it was a shoo-in for those who had voted and such. But then, you kind of see some of the voters, and they talk about some of the, it's almost negotiations. I've seen a word being thrown around when it comes to who to vote for and such. And I'm like, back up a second. If that's truly a thing where you've got this going on where they're like, hey, get this guy in, and then, we'll make sure to what? I mean, this is the Hall of Fame. This is the Hall of Fame. And I remember when we would have conversations with Peter King, and especially like when Jerry Kramer was up, and even like Cliff Crystal, who used to be a Hall of Fame voter. And I would just kind of like, hey, give me a little bit of a peek behind the curtain, kind of what's this process like? And, that's where I always thought it'd be like one of the coolest things ever. Essentially what the process is, if you're not familiar with it, is you've got writers from every market, okay, media members from every franchise, representing that franchise. So like for Green Bay, for example, Pete Daughtry is from the Green Bay Press-Gazette. He's the guy, okay? He's the Hall of Fame voter for that represents the Packers. So you got 32 of those. You've got some, national ones, at-large ones, and just kind of rounding out to 50, like Tony Dungy's on there, Bill Polian's on there, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, okay? It's like Peter King's not on there anymore because, well, he retired and such. So what happens then is like for Brett Favre, when he was up for Hall of Fame, like Pete wrote an article about it. And I remember Peter King would always, in his Monday morning quarterbacks columns would always have like the minutes, like who had the longest debate, who had the longest conversation, who had the shortest in that. And I remember this from Pete's column. He literally stood up because for the guys who are out there, the writer that's representing that team has to make the case for that player. He stood up and said, essentially, I present Brett Favre for the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and he sat down. Didn't waste anybody's time. Like, it's like, okay, this is obvious. He's it. Didn't have to make the case. and they were able to spend more time on other players that maybe deserve that. But, you've got this kind of campaigning going on for these players, and it's just like, I'm all about, okay, let's talk about, why you think this player should do this and that. But if there's like negotiating going on, I mean, for crying out loud, that's ridiculous. Like, the Pro Football Hall of Fame is making the Baseball Hall of Fame, which I've had major problems with for a long time, making them almost look better in this thing. In fact, baseball probably does look better right now at this point in time. They're probably sending some, fruit baskets and gift baskets and early Valentine's Day chocolates to them saying, hey, thanks for making us look just a little bit better. For crying out loud. It was unbelievable when that thing dropped yesterday. I mean, because, Mike Holmgren was the finalist and such, and I'm like, yeah, Mike should have been in already. Mike should have been in last year, even when they expanded 100. Mike Holmgren should be in. Now, if this comes at the cost, maybe of Mike Holmgren actually getting in, okay, I think Packers fans will be all pumped up and excited. I mean, Mike Holmgren should 100% be in the dang Hall of Fame. It is long overdue for that guy to get in. But, I mean, this is ridiculous, because what's going to happen then. It's going to be talked about. It's going to kind of overshadow it, the upcoming class. It might put a little bit of a tarnish on it for a while now with no Bill Belichick in there. But I would love to hear from somebody who didn't vote for him to explain themselves, to explain why. Why? And if it was literally because I thought he was a lock, so I used my vote for somebody else to try to maybe get them in. If that's the case, you need to vote. Each ballot, every year, you need to vote for who the top ones, the top candidates right there. Because look at what just happened. It backfired. Big time backfired. And I hope they have that same energy. Again, if it is because if a writer comes out and says, well, I didn't vote for him because of Deflategate and Spygate or whatever, okay, when Brady's up, you better not put him on that ballot either. You better not vote for it. You got to keep that same energy. And they won't. They won't. Especially not after this. And I'm not trying to, I don't want to figure out who it was. Like, I was going through that list of writers, and I'm like, okay, do you cross-reference the ones who have tweeted out and such? I'm like, okay, these are the guys who haven't said anything. Are they the ones at fault in that? I don't want to get down to that wire in that. But, man, I would love to know why. I would love to know why. So. But yeah, that's a lot of people's "am I wrong" already. It's an easy one, and it's a right one. I can't tell anybody that you're wrong if that's where you're going with the Hall of Fame talk. It's absolutely ridiculous, 100% ridiculous. Speaking of football, I know yesterday we touched on it a little bit, but Sean Mannion, Packers quarterbacks coach, getting an interview with the Eagles for their offensive coordinator. Actually sounds like he's getting ready or has had a second interview for the offensive coordinator position. So I don't know you get a second interview. It's obviously a good sign and such, but maybe there's a possibility that if he gets that job, you kind of look at, I think that's an important position, coach, to try to figure out. Now, I think Green Bay's got some guys already on their roster, on their coaching roster, that they could probably put at that spot. Luke Getsy is a former quarterbacks coach, offensive coordinator. That would be a natural. He's just listed as an senior offensive assistant. Do they bring back a Nathaniel Hackett again and kind of make him the quarterbacks coach? So I think they've got a couple of options that they could go with that route. But obviously, we saw the strides. I think that's the one thing you don't necessarily always want with a younger quarterback and such, constantly changing, your quarterback's coaches. Because I think that was one thing that really benefited Aaron Rodgers in the early parts of his career with the Packers was Tom Clements was there for a long time. You had that stability. You had that, kind of foundation, if you will. So be curious to see if we're going to enter another year. Jordan Love's 4th year as a starter, and he might have his 3rd quarterback coach because Clements retired, and then Sean Mannion, et cetera. Obviously, if he does move on and get an offensive coordinator job, but something to kind of follow a little bit here. Other than that, it's been pretty quiet. And I know there's Packers fans that are getting upset about, like, there's no news. There's what's – are you that surprised? This is typical Green Bay. Just because they're not out there tweeting every little thing and posting every little thing or this is how they have done things for how many years. There is no reason to get all up in arms because they're not posting an article or they're not making a little tweet. They've done this every single year. And I get it. I'm with you. I would love to know more. I would love to see, what's actually going to happen. What are they going to do here? Are they going to make it official that, Bisaccia's back in that? I would love it. But that's not how they operate. And I'm used to it, so I'm not going to get all up in arms about it. Just not. All right, we got to take a quick break. More football talk coming up after these quick words. When you need glass done right, trust the local experts at Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls. From residential and commercial glass to mirrors, windows, and custom solutions, they deliver quality craftsmanship and dependable service every single step of the way. Whether it's a repair, replacement, or a custom project, Post Glass and Mirror has the experience that you can count on. Learn more or request service online by checking out postglassandmirror.com. Post Glass and Mirror, clear solutions and trusted results. I know it's not necessarily straight up Wisconsin related, but I think it's cool. And yesterday, officially, Mike McCarthy being introduced as the Pittsburgh Steelers. And if anybody knows, has followed Mike for a long, long time, if you know he's a big Pittsburgh guy, he can get pretty darn emotional. Let's take a quick listen here. Audio courtesy from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
All right, here we go. Thank you, Art. I think I thought at least be able to get started. Oftentimes coaches and players, you put on new team colors, and it takes a minute to feel comfortable in those new colors. But to be blessed beyond any measure, one day to put on the colors you wore since you brought home. I apologize. Brett, I told you not to sit my family down here in front. This is so unfair. When you come home from Mercy Hospital, I do want to thank Art Rooney, Omar Khan, Dan Rooney, and the entire Steelers organization for the trust they placed in me to represent one of the most storied franchises in all of sports. I understand and embrace the responsibility, the privilege, and the weight that comes with this stewardship. This city, this franchise, this fan base means the world to me because Pittsburgh's my world, and it's just awesome to be back here. I do want to thank two men I'm very fortunate to call friends, Mike Tomlin and Bill Cowher. They've represented this organization with such class, and I'm honored to follow in their footsteps. They left the proverbial cupboard full, for sure. My family, my loves, my wife Jessica, kids Alex and Danny, Jack, George, Gabby, and Izzy, my parents, Joe and Ellen McCarthy, my sisters, Kelly, Ellen, and Colleen, and the crew that's here. We can finally openly wear our Steelers swag, so let's get it. My heart is full, my focus is singular, and it's time to bring another championship back to this great city. And with that, I just want to make sure that when we do get that trophy, that the seventh trophy in the case, we'll start that victory parade at 1137 Greenfield Avenue. So, with
all right, so that was his opening remarks from his introductory presser yesterday. A couple other things too. He did say that he has talked to Aaron about obviously probably talked about coming back next year. Did say he would love or would like Aaron Rodgers to come back next year. Also, he did make a comment too. He talked about the importance of defense and championships and such. And he made a note. He's like, of all the years I've been a head coach, I've had one top 5 defense in my career, and that's when he won a Super Bowl. Obviously, talking about the Packers Super Bowl championship in Super Bowl 45. So, I wonder if Al Harris is going to be the defensive coordinator, or if that's going to be an option. Because remember, Al Harris was obviously played for Mike McCarthy, but he was defensive backs coach in Dallas when Mike McCarthy was there. So maybe that would be a possibility for Al Harris. I'm not quite sure, but be curious to kind of see the staff that McCarthy is going to put together. But as Packers fans, obviously Mike McCarthy, when he was in Green Bay towards the last couple years, last couple seasons and such, he was definitely a guy or a coach that a lot of Packers fans wanted the team to move on from. And was a lightning rod of a topic for a lot of Packers fans, maybe a little similar to where Matt LaFleur is at this point. But I think time heals all wounds and such. So I guess, kind of an informal poll question to a lot of you out there is, okay, let's say Aaron comes back. If it doesn't affect Green Bay, let's say Green Bay's out of it, let's say maybe they don't get to the Super Bowl or whatever. Is Pittsburgh kind of like the next team you're rooting for? Like, is that what you'd like to see? Maybe McCarthy and Rodgers just get one more. I'm kind of that way, and I'm not normally a person that openly roots for another team. I think, honestly, the last time I was like that was probably '08 with the Jets and Favre. Like, if it didn't affect Green Bay, if those two didn't meet up, I was rooting for the Jets because of Brett Favre. Because at that point, I wasn't quite sure about Rodgers yet. And I haven't, I would watch games. I mean, I had a Favre Jets jersey, still do, stored away somewhere I think it's in the locker in the man cave. But I kind of think I might be the same way just because it's such a cool story. As long as it doesn't affect Green Bay. I want Green Bay to win a Super Bowl. I want Green Bay to win all the Super Bowls for the end of time. That'll always be the number one priority. Number one, numero uno. Don't get it twisted. But say what you want about Mike McCarthy and his tenure in Green Bay, especially towards the end. That is a pretty dang cool story. How many other coaches? Not only can you say that you were the head coach for the Packers, for the Cowboys, and the Steelers, but how many coaches can also say at the back end of their career, this is going to be his last stop, could say they coached their childhood team in their hometown? Not many. At that stage, at the highest of stages, not many. It would probably be very similar to like if Jimmy Leonard, let's say, became the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. I'm assuming Jimmy Leonard grew up as a Packers fan. But Mike McCarthy has been open throughout the years about Pittsburgh. I mean, for crying out loud, Super Bowl 45 going up against the Steelers and such. So, obviously, his dad had a sports bar, and we all know the story from that. But I really cool story. And I know it's not just because it's a cool story and such is why they hired him, but I think, as Packers fans, we can cheer for them a little bit as long as it doesn't affect Green Bay, right? Maybe a little bit. I don't know. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong about that. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for saying the Steelers right now might be my second favorite team just to cheer for? So, all right, let's take our final break as we wrap up the first hour. We'll be right back after these quick words. When it's time to shop, make it easy. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire has you covered. From fresh produce and bakery favorites to pantry staples, household items, and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes it simple to get everything you need in one stop. With friendly service, great selection, and helpful local teams ready to assist, shopping is always convenient. Shop in store or online. Use curbside pickup or delivery and save time every single week. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Sabom says, if Rodgers comes back and it doesn't affect Green Bay, you're damn right I'm pulling for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Most Packers fans today under the age of 35 love the Packers because of Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers. What a storybook ending that would have if they could win one in Pittsburgh together. If that happens, get the rights to that tearjerker Disney movie right now. Because that'd be a hell. Can you imagine, for as big as, Big Mike, for as emotional as he is, can you imagine if that guy won a Super Bowl for his Steelers? Oh my gosh. I mean, you probably wouldn't get him to stop balling, for crying out loud, and for good reason too. Heck yeah. But again, I want Green Bay to win. Okay, I want them to win them all. I want them to win it all. But I wouldn't be human if I'd be lying if I wouldn't say it'd be kind of cool. So, all right. Continue to send your thoughts on that if you'd like. You can hit me up with a text on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Coming up next hour, I want to talk some Brewers baseball. So, as we're inching closer and closer to spring training, pitchers and catchers reporting and such. Yesterday we talked a little bit about Jacob Mizorowski and Brandon Woodruff, and you talk about expectations, projections, and that sort of thing. So I want to talk a little Jackson Chirio today. MLB Network's doing their top 10 shredder rankings for each position. And they did the left fielders yesterday. And Jackson Chirio came in at number 9. Last year, he was ranked 7th. Christian Yelich was also in that top 10. Wondering if he'll show up more in the DH part. But anyways, I want to talk a little bit about Jackson Chirio because heading into year 2 last year, there was definitely expectations. Hey, his rookie year, he was a 20-20 player, 20 home runs, 20 stolen bases. Is he going to be a 30-30, 30 home runs, 30 stolen bases? Didn't get there. Very similar to his rookie year. Obviously, he was also spent some time on the injured list this past season. So, is it the expectation, the projection, should it be a 30-30 year for Jackson Chirio? He's going to be 22 this year. Is it you're going to keep him a little bit lower? Maybe he's just a straight up 2020. Is this the year, too, heading into year 3, that Jackson Chirio is like, okay, he's got to be the dude. He's got to be the clear-cut best player on this ball club. It's got to be him. Does he got to take that step this year? So I want to hit up a little bit about Chirio and such and talk about that. We'll get to some hoops talk as well with the Bucks falling to the 76ers last night. So it is a Whiteboard Wednesday, which I think I'm going to make the Chirio talk into our Whiteboard Wednesday. Continue to send me your Am I Wrongs, your Mike's Star Market Am I Wrongs. Give me your sports take. Give me your sports opinion, where you would end it by saying, am I wrong? Got a couple of them. Am I wrong for cheering for the Steelers this year because of Mike McCarthy and if Aaron Rodgers comes back, if it doesn't affect Green Bay? Am I wrong that the Pro Football Hall of Fame now is a joke, or at least the writers, the voters who vote for that are complete jokes? I already got a couple of those in here this morning, and I can't tell you, for all of you who said that you're wrong, because I'm right there with you. I co-sign on a lot of that. Also, we'll talk some more green and gold. Pretty quiet in terms of some potential new position coaches. I think, can we just kind of close the book that Rich Bisaccia is probably going to be back for Green Bay? I think can we establish that, considering the time frame that we're at right now? I think if they were going to move on, they were probably going to move on. Maybe the same for offensive coordinator. because it's Amstanovich is not going to be the Tennessee Titans offensive coordinator. It's going to be Brian Daboll, which I think is a good hire by Robert Saleh in Tennessee. So, all right, just a couple minutes left. Good morning, Morgs.
How's things today, Kasper?
Things are okay.
You have a multi-sport athlete in the home with Hudsey. What did you play? You were multi-sport in high school, right?
A little football, golf, baseball, did some little league, did 1 year track and hated it.
Okay, because of the running?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that'll take a real dent into track.
Yeah.
So looking at the sports overall, this is an older argument, but revisit it for the sake of funsies. What sport has the best athlete, would you say? I have some arguments for and against here from other people, so I'm curious what you're going to chime in. It's a personal debate, obviously, but what sport would consider you the most athletic? Obviously, baseball's out.
Why is baseball out?
You stand around for most of the game.
I would argue that Ohtani is probably the best athlete right now.
Okay, or individual athlete, but as a sport.
As a sport.
Baseball's not the most athletic. Okay, fine. You know what? You answer. You answer. You.
Again, because there's various definitions of athlete.
Okay, here's
basketball. I mean, when you talk about the running and the jumping and all that, I mean soccer I'd throw in there too, just because the stamina that you have to have.
Right, soccer stamina. But
Yep.
if you're thinking like basketball, the argument on the other side of that is that it's still a skill-focused sport. Like it's still about getting the ball through the hoop. Like I'll give you this: I think hitting the baseball with a bat is the hardest thing to do in sports. But overarchingly, it requires one specific skill set more so than being an overall athlete.
So let me ask you, what do you think it is?
Soccer. I don't
it
even
soccer?
watch soccer, and I think probably just because it's
Isn't that similar
or
to
hockey
basketball?
because in hockey you're dealing with the added component of stability. I mean, trying to keep your butt off the ice.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
overall, I think it's probably between those two. Not my favorite by far, because obviously football is an athletic game. But,
Yeah, I'd
looking
probably
at
put-
checking all those boxes.
I'd probably put soccer under, which, by the way, Hudson asked last night. He kind of wants to get into soccer.
How
now,
do we
and
feel about that?
I have no idea how to go about it.
Okay, so I was reading an
I
article.
hated it in gym class, so.
Right. I remember this, though. I was reading an article about why soccer just doesn't hit in the United States. Like, they keep trying to get it to take, because in the world, it's the most popular sport. Why do you think it doesn't hit in the United States?
Because of football.
Yeah, we like a regular old football.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's kind of the same time frame and such, so.
You're never going to surpass the NFL.
No.
The real football.
Yep. All right. Thanks, Marks.
Anytime.
Second hour, kicking off right now on this Making a Turn Wednesday morning, January 28th. Thanks for hanging out with us here this morning. We're going to get back to some more football talk coming up here in a little bit. We'll talk some baseball. I want to get your projections, your expectations for one Jackson Cheerio entering his third year this season. Still early 22 years old. What were you doing when you were 22 years old? I was wrapping up my fifth year of college, my final year of college, right? Yeah. Right? Yeah. Okay. Double check. This kid's playing third year in pro ball already, Major League Baseball. Man. So we'll talk a little bit about that. We got hoops. We've got, it is a Mike Star Market, Am I Wrong Wednesday. So give me your sports takes, give me your sports opinions where you'd say, am I wrong? Am I wrong? Do a little Whiteboard Wednesday. All right, how about this? Morg's question over there. Best athletic sports. Had a couple people chiming in. Two Chads chiming in here. I'll throw it out to the rest of you. What sport do you think requires maybe the most athleticism? While we'll all agree every sport requires athleticism, but if you had to say, okay, that takes a real, like maybe multiple parts of being an athlete and such. You know what I mean? I'll throw this out there. Mad respect to swimmers, dude. Because I can swim to save my life. Don't ask me to get into a race or anything like that. I mean, just watching Michael Phelps and some of the swimmers and like the Olympics and backstrokes and breaststrokes and butterflies and all that just tires me out watching that stuff. I'd throw that out for consideration. It's not popular like baseball and football and all that stuff, but that takes, just imagine anybody who did swimming lessons or was in a pool with maybe your kid and such, you get tired. Or in my case, one time swimming after a boat to save it and Lake Holcomb, and yeah, that got tiring too. So I'd throw that out there for consideration. Chad from Bloomer says, throwing out for consideration, what about decathletes in track and field? Yep, I'd throw that in there. C-Bomb says, Roy does year-round soccer as well as hockey. I still hate soccer. I tell myself it's hockey on grass. I will say hockey requires more athleticism than football or baseball. But football is the best game in the world far and away. Then it's baseball. An extreme distant third is hockey. So, all right. We'll continue to send those on over. Make your picks. I'll hit those up coming up throughout the program. So I want to save the Jackson Cheerio topic towards the back end of this hour because, one, I didn't grab the whiteboard off the wall here, and I wanted to put my projections on there, my expectations for Jackson Cheerio. So you get a little bit more time to think about, all right, Jackson Cheerio needs to be I'm just going to throw out examples. A 282 hitter, 31 home runs, 35 stolen bases, 90 RBIs. Is that your expectation? What are some of the numbers you would throw out there that you think Jackson Cheerio has to put out there? And do you think that entering his third year that, because we had this topic with like Jordan Love to begin the season. He was entering his third year, but there was kind of the belief, there was kind of the thought that, okay, looking for a jump in third year. Not to say his first 2 years as a starter were just god awful. It was just, is there a little bit more? Can he take that next step? Like, can he take it to the next level? Would you say Jackson Cheerio is in a similar position? Or does he get a little bit more of a grace period because, again, he's incredibly young, didn't spend a whole lot of time, in AAA and that. So does he get a little bit of a grace period? Or maybe you're like, no, guy already signed a long-term deal, no grace period. Do you believe we need to see another leap or another jump from Jackson Cheerio entering year 3? And who do you think, maybe this might be I might say I was going to throw a little Bryce Terang chat or nugget in there too, but I think I'll save that one for later. Let's just focus on Jackson Cheerio for today. So get back to me on that. Bucks wise last night. I mean, are we surprised? Are we shocked? I'm not. I really hope a lot of people aren't. I mean, I will say what was a nice surprise was Miles Turner putting up 31 points, 10 of 16. Only 4 rebounds, though, but still 31 points to lead the charge. You would think in a game where Miles Turner gets 31 points that you'd be in a good spot, you'd be in a good position and such, but nope. You would think in a game where your Bucks team shoots 51% from the field and 44% overall from three, or 51% from the field and 44% from three, you'd be in good shape. Nope, because Philadelphia shot 52% from the three, 52% overall from the field. Bucks too, just 70% from the charity stripe. 19 of 27. Got to make those free throws. Got to get that. And the thing is, too, this is the frustrating part. The Bucks, this is a wild number here, okay? The Bucks as a team only committed 12 personal fouls. Miles Turner had 3. That was the most. 76ers had 22 personal fouls in that game last night. 22. 10 more personal fouls. More opportunities for, and no, didn't matter. Bucks were at the line 12 more times than the 76ers. And still lost by 17. It's just, it yucks. Yuck. It's pathetic. It's pathetic. So at this point, I'm not surprised. I'm not, whatever continues to have. It's a blank show. You know the drill. It's not great basketball. It's not fun basketball, and I think this is what we're going to have to just kind of get used to going forward here. I hate to say it. I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but that's where we're at. And you look at where the standings are for this Bucks team. You're 3.5 games from the final play-in spot. You're 3.5 games. The Hornets are now above you by the slimmest of margins and win percentage, but the Hornets are above you. The Milwaukee Bucks are the record-wise, win percentage-wise, are the 4th worst team in the Eastern Conference. Brooklyn, Washington, Indiana, the only 3 teams that are worse than the Bucks right now. How pathetic is that? Just looking at, let me see if I can. So defensively, the Bucks, they're giving up. I don't want to just do Eastern Conference. Let me bring up the overall, because I know a lot of people like looking at defensively. Where do they rank defensively? Well, if we look at points allowed per game, Bucks are 16th in the league. They're tied with the Denver Nuggets. So I mean, it's not awful, but you look at the teams who are towards the top in terms of points allowed, and you're like, okay, yeah, those are title contenders. Oklahoma, 107.6. Even Boston without Tatum, 109.9. Detroit, Houston. Those are your top 4. If you look at point differential, this is where the Bucks are, really bad. They're 24th out of 30. Okay, they're a negative 3.8. Again, the teams with the best point differential, Oklahoma, 12.8, positive. Detroit, positive 7.1. Boston, 6.6. Houston, 6.2. I mean, Oklahoma is the complete package right now. Defensively, tops. The best scoring offense in the league, too. Milwaukee, They are the fourth worst scoring offense in the entire association. They're only averaging 112.1 points per game. The three teams that are worse than them, Sacramento, Indiana, and Brooklyn. 112.1 points per game. If we compare that to last year, just for comparison's sake, okay? Milwaukee was averaging 115.5. They were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11th best. If we go up one more, if we go back to the 2023-24 season, the Bucks were the fourth best scoring offense. If you go to point differentials, Bucks 11th best in 2023-24. 24-25, Bucks 11th best. This year, all the way down to 24th. So a lot of us, we focus on the defensive side, and there are definitely some defensive miscues for this team. It's not great. But you look at some of the scoring, especially when there's no Giannis in there, this team really struggles. Big time struggles. Staying with hoops tonight, don't forget, it's kind of a rivalry night because at the Sonantag tonight, we've got Stout and Eau Claire, both men's and women's teams taking on each other, and they're all at the Sonantag. 6 p.m. tonight will be the women's game. 8 p.m. Will be the men's game. Obviously, a lot will depend on the conclusion of the women's game on the start time and such. Also, Badger men's basketball back in action, taking on the Gophers down in Madison. Badgers looking for a win after falling to USC over the past weekend. Tip time for that game is going to be at 8 p.m. Gophers, we know how that last game between the Badgers and the Gophers went with that crazy finish. Gophers are 10-10 on the season, but again, don't take them for granted. They're to me, they're still kind of that pesky team, and they'd probably love nothing more to come into the Kohl Center and do exactly what the Badgers did at the barn not that long ago. So be ready. I think this is going to be – I would love a dominating game by the Badgers tonight. I would love a bounce-back game from John Blackwell after that game against USC. But I don't – this is such a hard team to kind of figure out when it comes to the Badgers because when they look good, I mean, they are good. Led by their big three of Winters, Boyd, Blackwell. You get some production off the bench from Carrington. Rapp also in there too. But when they're off, it's like, whew, they struggle in some of those games. And games are either, they're squeaking by with some W's or maybe even falling like they did to USC. But how would you describe this Badger basketball team right now? Is sketchy the word? Streaky, inconsistent at times. I don't know what to expect from this team game in and game out. I know they're 14-6. Okay, it's not like they are the Gophers where they're sitting at 500. Wisconsin right now, I mean, they're going to be a tournament team. But I would imagine they're going to be a tournament team. But it's hard to get a really solid gauge on this ball club right now. So I would love nothing more than for Wisconsin to say, all right, we're going to use that USC game as motivation. We're going to jump on them right away and have a comfortable victory. You're looking at the rest of the schedule here. You've got Minnesota. You got Ohio State coming over. You got Indiana. And then starting on the 10th of February, Illinois, a top 10 team. You got Michigan State on there too. It's going to be a tough stretch. How many more? We only got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 more games, including tonight's, in the regular season before we get to that conference championship. And then when or conference tournament, that conference tournament, that's going to be wild, I think. Between all these teams who are ranked in the top 10 and such, that is going to be a wild tournament. All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to talk some more Packers football after these few words. Looking to get your vehicle looking like new? Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire specializes in expert collision and body repairs, storing your vehicle's appearance with precision and care. Trust the team at Superior Auto Body to make it shine again. Superior Auto Body located at 301 North Farwell Street in Eau Claire. You can also give them a call at 715-834-7707. Superior Auto Body also, shout out to them because they are our Backyard Dreams sponsors, our new Backyard Dreams sponsors. So big thanks to Superior Auto Body for that. Speaking of Backyard Dreams, mark your calendars, circle this date, August 7th, Friday, August 7th. We're back with, is it the 6th now, I think? The 6th annual Kasper Classic back at Lake Hallie Golf Course. More details, sign-ups Well, that's coming up down the road here, but want to put that out there to mark your calendar, save the date, put the vacay day in at work and say, I got to go raise some money for some kiddos and some people to help chase their dreams. That'll be on August 7th at Lake Hallie Golf Course, obviously 2026. So, all right, let's chat some football here this morning. Chat a little Green to Gold. I know we got a few texts to get to here. I'll get back to those here in just a little bit. But let's get down to the brass tacks, Joseph. Your thoughts on Jonathan Gannon becoming the new defensive coordinator for the Green Bay Packers?
You know, Captain, you and I have talked about this, and one of the things that I think LaFleur needed to do was to get an experienced coordinator in there. And don't get me wrong, I think it would have been a cool story if Jimmy Leonard would have come back and if that would have made a reunion and he could have come back home to his state. But I think you look at what Gannon brings to the table and what LaFleur needed to do with this staff. And I think, again, bringing in a guy who was a DC, bringing in a guy who was a head coach. And so I think this was a good move. And the more you read about Gannon and the more you look at what he's going to bring to the table, I think he can go hybrid 3-4. He can go hybrid 4-3 from a base defense standpoint. And I think when you've got a player like Micah Parsons, I think if you can be flexible and if you can disguise where you're putting him, I see Parsons playing that two-stance outside backer in a 3-4 look. I see him putting his hand in the dirt. I see Gannon being able to move him around. So you're going to get a little bit of a 3-4. You're going to get a little bit of a 4-3. You're going to get a lot of cover 4. You're going to get a little bit of man coverage. And going back to the tree, because we always talk about the tree that these guys come from. And I think you look at he's got some Fangio in him. He's got some of that Vic Fangio. So I think it's a good hire. And I know, again, the popular hire would have been Jimmy Leonard, Raheem Morris, et cetera, et cetera. But I think what they got in Jonathan Gannon, and again, he's a fired-up guy. He's a guy that I think coaches with emotion. So it remains to be seen what he's able to do in Green Bay, but at least what I'm seeing in film and what I'm reading, I think it's a good fit.
Look at what would you say to the fans that are looking at his time as head coach for the Arizona Cardinals and saying, I mean, this guy didn't do anything over there. I mean, he didn't call plays on the defensive side. Is it more of a personnel issue that was with Arizona? What would you say to the fans that are pointing at his time to Arizona as their reason why they don't like the hire of him as defensive coordinator?
You know, when Mike McCarthy was hired, Mike McCarthy, if I'm not mistaken, was the offensive coordinator with the 49ers, and they were ranked 32nd in the NFL when he was hired to be the head coach of the Green Bay Packers. So I don't necessarily look at that last stop. If you look at what Gannon did as a defensive coordinator with the Eagles, and you look at the career years that some of these players had, I think you can be relatively dismissive of what happened in Arizona. You had a lot of talent issues. You had questions at your quarterback spot, and we all know that's not a good thing to have in the NFL. So I think you need to kind of look past that. And you can break down the numbers a little bit, even more so with Arizona. You can look at things like, even over in Arizona with a losing record, the percentage of blown coverages from the secondary was minimal. Matter of fact, I think it was the tops in the league as far as blown coverage being the lowest percentage. And so you can pull some of those nuggets out and say, okay, you see the defensive coordinator coming out in Gannon. And you and I have talked about this. There's some guys who shouldn't be head coaches. They are coordinators at heart. They're better on that one side of the ball. They just shouldn't make that leap. And I think that's a mistake that a lot of teams make is, all right, well, he's good at this. We're going to promote him to this. So again, you can look at some things with his tenure with Arizona and say, okay, let's pull some of these numbers out, but go back and look at the work that he did for the Eagles. And again, it remains to be seen. The proof's in the pudding. It's going to happen on the field. But at this point in time, I think you can be pretty dismissive of his Arizona tenure and look back at his D.C. work.
So obviously he's lost a couple of position coaches and such, and Sean Mannion's interviewing for the offensive coordinator and that. I know there's a lot of fans that are still wanting some more changes with this coaching staff, but at this point in time, would you say it's probably a safe bet to say that Rich Bisaccia is going to be back in Green Bay?
He's going to be back, and I think he'll be back in a similar role. But look, LaFleur loves him. It's been reported that the locker room loves him. And so, could I see a little bit of a restructure with him? Yeah, I could. But I think at this point it is certainly a given that he is 100% going to be back in Green Bay.
When it comes to special teams, we were having this debate yesterday. And this hasn't been just, last couple of years. This has been an issue for the last, few years and such, even before Rich Bisaccia. When we look at the shortcomings of this group, is it more the players on it? Is it just the players not buying into it? Is it, coaching? Is it front office? I mean, the answer is probably a mixture of everything into that thing. But if there was one that was maybe at the top of the list, what would you say it is?
I think it's personnel. You look at what we saw this last weekend with special teams, and you look at what happened to the Rams, and you look at the other side of the ball, the Seahawks, and them making a move in the season to bolster specifically their special teams, and then you look at what the Rams went through, and so I think it's how Green Bay builds their roster. So when I say personnel, I don't necessarily mean bad players, but I think it's how they build their roster and how they build their roster from a starter standpoint, and then what trickles down and what makes sense from a special team standpoint. So, again, a lot of consternation. Is there any question in my mind that special teams cost Green Bay again this year, a couple of games? Absolutely. I mean, there's no question about it. And so I do think, though, it comes down to how Green Bay constructs their roster. And I think that makes a big difference when you're looking at it from a personal standpoint when you're looking at special teams.
Was it, a major, the one person I look at is like Keyshawn Nixon. Dude won All-Pro for being a returner. And, this year with the new kickoff return, it's like, that would be, to me, an easy pick just to keep him back there and such. And I just wonder, are players not buying into this? Because I think long gone are the days, when Charles Woodson came over, part of the reason he wanted to come over, he wanted to return punts. I don't feel like there's those type of players anymore that want to do both.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think, again, Keyshawn Nixon talked about now that he's, quote-unquote, cornerback number one, that he didn't want to be returning kicks anymore. But, yeah, I think there is something to that. And again, there were some articles going out as far as that Green Bay is cheap with their coaching staff, and I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. So I do think it comes down to players. I think it comes down to, once again, the structure of the Green Bay roster, and I do think there is something to be said about today's player not wanting to put himself out there on special teams. And you talk about it, Dan, and I'm sure that there's some players saying, when I'm a starter on one side of the ball, offense or defense, I shouldn't need to be a starter on special teams. And again, I do think that Green Bay has some of those players. Now, one thing that's interesting, and I do want to point this out with special teams, one area where Green Bay actually excelled this year on special teams was percentage of missed tackles. There was not a lot of missed tackles on returns this year, and I believe it was top 10 in the league, I believe. And so you at least had guys that when they could make a play, they made the play. And so I think when you break down where the problems really were this year on special teams, I think a lot of it was blocking assignments, and I think that was probably the biggest thing. And so when you look at, though, the Green Bay from a special teams tackling side of things, I actually think they played pretty well. I think this was more a blocking thing, and I think that points back to Luke Butkus and some of the things you saw on the offensive line. And so there's that trickle down again, is what are you getting from some of those offensive linemen that aren't being coached up? Because that's still an area, Dan, where I think a move needs to be made. I think that offensive line, I think that is still an area I'd like to see improvement. And, of course, with Gannon now as defensive coordinator, you'll probably see multiple position groups on the defensive side of the ball change. But on the offensive side of the ball, I still would like to see a change at that offensive line coach.
With Jonathan Gannon coming over, obviously he's a defensive backs coach by trade. He's got that history and such. And, some of the stuff I was reading a lot, too, it's like, thing that interests me that it'll be curious to see if they do, that he played a lot of three safeties in that shell umbrella style of defense. Obviously, you look at Green Bay, you got Xavier McKinney, you got Evan Williams, Javon Bullard, who spent a lot of time as that slot nickel role guy, but could we see maybe a little bit of a change for him, and Nate Hobbs playing in that slot role? What's your thoughts on that type of defense? And then part two, okay, draft, we know we don't have a first-round pick, but do they need to go get a corner, or is defensive line still going to be a big need for this new style of defense that Jonathan Gannon's going to bring?
Yeah, I love the three safety look with the personnel that Green Bay has, so I'm excited about that. I think Green Bay, look, they've got to maneuver around the salary cap. There's lots of work to be done. I think Green Bay needs to create some space to go get someone, possibly a veteran, to play cornerback. I still see also cornerback being a need in the draft. I do see interior defensive line being a need in the draft. So I think Green Bay goes out and gets a mid-tier free agent cornerback, and then I think either in the second round or third round, they're either going to go that defensive line, interior lineman, or cornerback. Who's ever ranked higher on their board, I think they go for. But I think Green Bay does make a move in free agency to fill that cornerback void and then address the rest in the draft.
I know it's not necessarily Packers related, but Mike McCarthy back in Pittsburgh, we're kind of having a little fun with this one. Is if Aaron Rodgers returns to Pittsburgh for one more year, if it doesn't affect Green Bay, I mean, I got to ask, is Pittsburgh kind of the next team you're rooting for Big Mike and Aaron to get one more?
Oh, you bet, man. If anyone caught Big Mike's press conference,
yeah,
that was pretty cool. The raw emotion of somebody coming back home and just the passion, and with his parents there. I mean, it's a great story. And look, I wish Big Mike, his tenure with Green Bay, I wish it would have ended differently. I think there were a lot of things going on at that time with Green Bay, and I do think it was time to move on. I do. I think that Mike had worn out his welcome here, and I think there was a little bit of a power struggle going on. But, yeah, I am rooting for Mike. And again, you look at that presser, and it just takes you back to Friday Night Lights. It takes you back to the love of the game. It takes you back to all of those things, which I think it's just cool at an NFL level to go back to those times. So, yeah, big fan. I've always thought Pittsburgh in the AFC. I've always thought Pittsburgh and Buffalo were most like Green Bay, and a lot of blue collar, kind of a simpler time, kind of a simpler town, those types of things. And so, yeah, and couldn't be happier for Mike, regardless of if Rodgers comes back. I'm a Mike McCarthy guy. I think it was time for him to leave Green Bay, but I'm really happy he has this opportunity.
Yeah, co-sign with everything you just said there, too. I'm a big Mike McCarthy fan and such. And, I mean, name another head coach that on their resume they could say they were the head coach of the Packers, the Cowboys, and now the Steelers. That's pretty amazing, man.
Yeah, and you know what? I don't think Big Mike gets the love he should. You compare his record to Sean Payton,
Yeah.
You compare his record to some guys like that, I think that get more pub and more recognition. And I think you got to put Mike right up there in that same class. And look, Mike McCarthy, with or without Aaron Rodgers, brings a Super Bowl back to Pittsburgh. That's just a great story.
Yep.
That is a great story. And I'm all about it. And I think the NFL needs stories like that because I'll tell you, Bill Belichick not getting in on the first vote, that's ridiculous. So I think whenever you can pull a good story about the NFL out, I think that's a good place to be.
Yeah, I was just actually going to transition into that to wrap up our chat there. But, man, I don't know the reasoning. Bill Polian seems like to be the guy that's under the spotlight right now. But, I mean, if they're seriously going to sit there and use, like, Deflategate and Spygate, those same voters better bring that same energy when it comes to Tom Brady coming up on the ballot here soon, too, in my opinion, at least.
No question, man. They're linked at the hip. You can't treat one way and treat the other another way. You just can't do it.
Nope, I agree, man. So, hey, we appreciate the time as always, sir. Stay warm. Enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll catch up with you again soon.
Yeah, I am up in the UP on business. It is a little chilly up here, I do got to say. So I'm in Marquette, Michigan right now, and yeah, it's a little cold, so I will do my best to stay warm, Dan.
Do you have that Vince Lombardi jacket with you?
I do.
Yeah.
I have the camel, the London Fog camel coat. I'm not wearing a fedora today, but I do have the Vince Lombardi camel coat with me.
Nice. All right, well, be safe up there, sir, and we'll catch up with you again soon, okay?
All right, brother. Take care, man.
You got it. There you go. There's Joe DeGuano joining us here for a little bit this morning, chatting some green and gold and chatting some football. A few texts to catch up on before we head to a quick break here. We've got Tyler saying, I think Cheerio, his floor should be higher for what we expect of him, but we shouldn't expect a jump. We hope for a jump. Need protection in the lineup around him. Nick saying, I think the Badgers are exceeding expectations. They've had a couple bad games, but I think that's going to happen over the course of a season. Here's how I would figure it out. Take the top 25, go from the top to the bottom, and when you start going, yes, they can beat this team confidently, they can beat this team, they can beat this team, that's where you stop. And if they're still in the top 25, that's all you need to know. All right, keep your thoughts coming. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these few words. Looking for a great place to gather in Eau Claire? Well, then you need to check out the VFW Post 305 with a full calendar of events, live music, and a menu packed with crowd favorites. It's a spot where everyone feels welcome. Whether you're stopping in for a casual night out, meeting friends, or catching up over great food and drinks, there's always something happening at the VFW Post 305. You can find the VFW Post 305 at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. Good times, great food, and live entertainment. That's the VFW Post 305. I do have to play a little bit of catch-up here, so we'll have to take one more break before the top of the hour. But we're going to do a little Whiteboard Wednesday coming up here very soon. So if you're watching the video stream, this is what I want from you, all right? So we're going to talk some Jackson Cheerio and expectations and such. Projections. I want your projections for Jackson Cheerio, okay? I want yours. What do you think it's going to be? All right, and I've got the categories. I want batting average. I want OPS. I want home runs. I want RBIs, and I want stolen bases. Okay, those are the 5, right? 5, yeah, 5. For a base or background. Baseball Reference, their projections for Jackson Cheerio for our 5 categories are batting average 280, OPS 804, home runs 21, RBIs 76, and stolen bases 19. Okay, so that's Baseball Reference's projections for Jackson Cheerio. For our Whiteboard Wednesday, what are your projections? Give you a couple minutes. Give you just a couple minutes to think about it, and then send them on over. All right? Batting average, OPS, home runs, RBIs, stolen bases. Have some fun with this. During the break, I'm going to put mine on the whiteboard. If you're watching the video stream right now, I'm going to put it on the whiteboard right here. So we'll do that really quick break, and then we'll be back up to wrap up the second quarter and head into halftime. After these quick words. Car trouble never comes at a good time, but with AJM Automotive in Eau Claire, they're always ready. From routine maintenance to major repairs, their experienced technicians get you back on the road fast and done right. And if you do get stuck, hey, AJM Automotive also provides reliable towing when you need it the most. Save this number right now. Grab your cell phones, okay? Get ready. 715-835-9523. 715-835-9523 for AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Trusted service, dependable towing, and repairs that you can count on. Let's do a little Whiteboard Wednesday. All right. So, asking for your Jackson Cheerio projections for this season. Again, as a refresher, Baseball Reference. They're going 21 home runs, 76 RBIs, 19 stolen bases, a batting average of 280, and an OPS of an 804. What also on that, too, is like, what are your expectations for Jackson Cheerio heading into year 3? Does he need to take a year 3 jump, in your opinion? All right. All right, so these are my projections for Jackson Cheerio on the whiteboard if you're watching the video stream right now. All right. 283 batting average. We're only going to do 5. 283 batting average, 807 OPS, 28 home runs, 82 RBIs, 25 stolen bases. So I was a little higher than Baseball Reference's projections. 7 more home runs I've got. I've got his BA batting average up a couple ticks along with his OPS, a few more RBIs on there. And, I mean, I feel like the base should be at least 20 stolen bases for Jackson Cheerio. Now, we're assuming that for the most part he is healthy this season. Like, there's not going to be any long stints on the injured list or anything like that. Like, we're not going to have that. That's the assumption here that we're going to run with. We're not going to have any major injury designations for Jackson. So I feel like the base for stolen bases should at least be at 20. Considering he's probably going to be batting, whether it's leadoff or in that 2 spot, RBI is probably not going to be in the hundreds. So I still got 82 over there. Home runs, a little bit of uptick in the power. 21 the previous 2 years here. So a little bit of an uptick here. So, yeah, I went higher on every category. And I guess by that definition, it means that I have some decent expectations or sort of high expectations for Jackson Cheerio this year. But honestly, I don't think 283 is like, oh, my God, that is ridiculous, man. Why do you have it so high? I don't think it's that high. I don't think an 807 OPS is that high either. Rookie year, he was a 791. Last year, it fell down to a 770. I don't think 807 is that far off. RBIs, 79 and 78. 82. All right. Stolen bases. Every year he's gotten over 20 or at least 20. So to say 25, I don't think it's that far-fetched either. But I guess, yeah, I'm expecting a little bit, not a massive jump for Jackson Cheerio this upcoming season, but I'd say a little one. And I don't think that's completely out of the realm. I don't think it's too high either. I don't. So, I don't know. Your thoughts. You can let us know if you want to, but that's where I'm at for Cheerio. The Shredder, again, by the way, and we're kind of doing this too because MLB Network's doing their top 10 position players or players at certain positions. They do the Shredder rankings. It's a data thing and such. And Cheerio, who was on it last year at number 7 for left fielders, came up number 9 for this year. So which one are they doing tonight? Let me. So they are doing starting pitchers tonight. Ooh. I don't think there will be a Brewer on there. Unless somehow Mizorowski makes it, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I could be completely wrong. Shortstops are tomorrow, which I think we all know is probably not going to have a Brewer. center fielders then on the 30th, which Garrett Mitchell made it last year, but I would be surprised as all get out if he made that. And then next week, the second, they're into catchers and then right fielders. So I think we've got some decent opportunities for that. Kind of a fun little just side topic that we've been doing this morning. Give me the sport that you think requires the most athleticism. All right, kind of something that Morgs just kind of brought up a little bit earlier. C-Bomb says gymnasts are insanely athletic. Tell me I'm wrong that a female or a male gymnast are not the most athletic than any of the major sports athletes. I hated gym class, or I hated when we had a gym class and you'd walk into the gym and you saw the gymnastics stuff out. Here's another one. What was the thing? Okay, let's make this a fun one now. When you went into gym class, you walked into the gymnasium and you saw you were doing this. What made you go instantly, oh, why? Or you're just like, no. Why are we doing that in gym? Why can't we shoot hoops? Why can't we play football? Why can't we do this? What was it? Gymnastics and line dancing. Do they even still do that in gym? But I remember that. The line dancing part. Oh, those were the two for me. And I've got nothing against gymnastics or anything like that. It's just I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. The only thing that I didn't mind about gymnastics is like the springboard and jumping and then you jump over the bar sort of thing. But anything else with that, no thank you. No thank you. But what was like, or the presidential fitness testing, oh man, sit and reach, kill me. Those would be the three. Sit and reach, for whatever reason, I am not even close to being flexible. I'm as flexible as a tree. Or I shouldn't say that. I'm as flexible as a concrete pillar. Because trees can be a little flexible in the wind. I'm not even that. Sit and reach, line dancing, or any type of dance. I remember one year, I think it was 8th grade, we had to come up with our own routine. Mine was very basketball heavy. And gymnastics. Those were the three. All right. Again, you went to gym class. What was like the one thing? As soon as you walked into gym, you're like, oh no. Oh no. Why? And I know we got gym teachers listening to us. You can remain anonymous. What's the one that topic, maybe area that you're like, I don't want to do this, but we have to, sort of thing. All right, halftime. 2 in, 2 to go. We'll be back after these quick words. Halftime's over with. Third quarter kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning, the final Wednesday for the month of January. Thanks for hanging out with us wherever you're listening to us from. Let's kind of reset it here for a little bit. Kind of go back to what we were talking about and preview what's to come here. So first hour, we were talking a lot of football and such. Obviously, the big story out there is Bill Belichick not getting into the Hall of Fame reportedly, and that has definitely been the most popular Mike Star Market, Am I Wrong Wednesday topic. Am I wrong that the Pro Football Hall of Fame is a joke? Am I wrong, fill in the blanks there. Am I wrong for saying, okay, if they're going to keep Belichick out because of Deflategate or Spygate, Tom Brady should also have the same, be treated the same way? A lot of people going with that one, and I co-sign it. I co-sign it with you. So if you got something, if it's the same or you got something different, please hit us up with your text or your thoughts on that video stream with your Mike Star Market, Am I Wrong? We talked some baseball. Jackson Cheerio is the topic of discussion today, because yesterday we talked a little Mizorowski and a little Brandon Woodruff. Jackson Cheerio entering his third year as a pro baseball. Well, I shouldn't say pro, but third year in the major leagues. That's the better way to say it. Third year in the major leagues. So what is your expectations for Jackson Cheerio this year? What is your projections? We kind of had some predictions for his projections and such. So the 5 areas, we're just keeping it simple: batting average, OPS, home runs, RBIs, stolen base. I went with a 283 batting average, an 807 OPS, 28 home runs, 82 RBIs, 25 stolen bases. That was my Whiteboard Wednesday picks over there. So if you want to make yours, send those puppies on over as well. So hoops-wise, Bucks falling again last night. We're at the point where it's just like, hey, if they win, you're actually surprised. Or it's like, cool, move on to the next. I don't know what else we could say about the Bucks right now, to be honest with you. So, Badger basketball back in action tonight. We've got some rivalry games in college basketball. Badgers versus the Gophers in Madison, but also UW Stout taking on UW Eau Claire. Both the men's and women's games are going to be at the Sonntag. Women's game going to tip time at 6. Women's game's going to tip off at 6. Men's game's going to tip off at 8. It's very distracting, by the way, with our new studio. We got a window that's right by the hallway, so everybody's walking by. I'm not used to that. The old studio, we didn't have any windows. Now I've got 3 windows. One by the hallway, one facing the wax studio, one to another studio. So everybody's walking by. It's distracting me, so I apologize. All right. Fun question that I threw out there, too. Gym class. Go back to when you were kids. Or maybe if you're a kid right now and for some reason you're not in school yet, you can participate in this. The activity when you walked into gym class and you found out you were doing, and it just made you go, God, because I know I'm not the only one with this. Okay, but I think a lot of us right now listening, what was your favorite subject at school? Gym class. Raise your hand. Mine. And history, depending on the history. Those are my top 2. But when you walked into gym class and you saw you were doing this that day, what was it? And I bring it up because another fun topic that we were having in the first couple hours, and if you didn't get a chance to chime in on that, you can do that. But it just kind of randomly popped up. What sport do you think is requires the most athleticism? A lot of different ones were being thrown out there, and we had a gymnastics pick over there, and I'm like, that was one of the things I just dreaded when we went to gym class. It's because I couldn't do it. I had nothing against it. I couldn't do it. That, when we had to do like line dancing and sit and reach as part of the presidential fitness test. Those are my 3. Hated those. Oh, and I always had, speaking with the presidential fitness test, the shuttle run. I never had great shoes. Whenever we had to do, it's like it just popped up, and it's like, crap, I don't even have like my basketball shoes or the right shoes, because then I would just slide across the gym floor, just like sliding. So, hula hooping. Yeah, I sucked at that too. C-Bomb says, my whole softball team, I'm assuming that's supposed to say won free beer in Stevens Point. My kid beat the waitress's hula hoop. He was 10. Was that state? It looks like that hula hoop in gym class finally paid off. Tilted Kilt. What an awesome place. I've been there before. I know what you're talking about with the Tilted Kilt, C-Bomb. Yep. Been there. Been there before. Didn't do hula hoop, but been there. I think I was actually there during state softball with some of the softball players. I think I was. Yeah, I think I was. All right, send those out. Yeah, we got a lot of gymnastics. We got swimming on there. We got track and field day. We got quite a few mile picks. I used to hate the mile. Like elementary school, I hated the mile. Middle school, halfway, I hated the mile. High school, I didn't mind as much, maybe because I actually did a little bit better, except for one day. We had to do it right after lunch. And that day, it was pasta. So I was loaded up on carbs. Did not feel great afterwards. So, nothing new, though, yet. Going back to a little football and Packers stuff. Still pretty darn quiet surrounding position coaches, any other changes and such. Am I wrong, since that's the theme for our Wednesdays, am I wrong for thinking that Rich Bisaccia isn't going anywhere? Am I wrong for thinking Adam Stenavich is going to remain as the offensive coordinator for the Packers? I could definitely see this scenario playing out. Stenavich is back as offensive coordinator. Rich Bisaccia is back, but maybe not as special teams coordinator, but as still assistant head coach. Maybe a different role. I don't know exactly what other role he would do other than just be an assistant head coach. What's his back? Has it always been special teams? Let me just kind of look this up here. Okay, so it was a long time college. Did a lot with running backs as special teams. So Tampa Bay, he was the special teams coordinator from 02 to 07. 08, assistant head coach, running back coach, and special teams coordinator. Tampa Bay, 09 to 10, assistant head coach, special teams coordinator. Chargers, special teams coordinator, assistant head coach, special teams. Yeah, assistant head coach and special teams coordinator has just kind of been his jam. Would it just be he ain't going to go to running backs coach unless somebody picks up Ben Sermons or they move on from him, or if Ben goes to Pittsburgh under Mike McCarthy, because he did come over when Mike McCarthy was there. I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of that transition. Just kind of assistant head coach without the special teams title, but we'll see. That one I wouldn't be surprised at, but I also wouldn't be surprised if it's status quo between those two. So, I thought we had some Bucks news, but no, that's just kind of a podcast. Okay, never mind. I thought we had some Bucks stuff with but that just popped up as a podcast stuff. So, all right, ignore me. So, let's tell you what. Let's take a quick break. We'll regroup. We got more text to catch up on and such. So, continue to send those on over, 715-830-1912. Also, you can join in on the YouTube video stream. All right, join in on the conversation over there. I got to hear from Surveyor. Where's Surveyor for his gym activities, sport that he just absolutely dreaded? And I'm surprised Surveyor hasn't even thrown out rugby for athleticism for sports. Maybe that's just a foregone conclusion. So, all right, we'll take a quick break. Back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. When it comes to great meats, go where the locals go. That's Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From hand-cut steaks and fresh ground beef to quality roasts and specialty cuts, this is a true neighborhood meat shop and butcher that you can trust. Friendly service, expert cuts, and meat done right every single time. Stop by Mike's Star Market today at 2238 Heimstead Road in Eau Claire and taste the difference that a real butcher makes. Mike's Star Market. Quality you can see, flavor that you can taste. And don't forget, it is a Mike's Star Market. Am I Wrong Wednesday? So you can send me your sports opinions and your sports takes where you would say, am I wrong? Where you'd finish it up, wrap it up by saying, am I wrong? All right. Send those on over. Send those on over. Best ones I will read on the air. Okay. Staying with just a little bit of football chat just to kind of refresh it. So we know Green Bay is looking for a new linebackers coach. We know they're looking for a new defensive backs coach. They possibly might be looking for a new quarterbacks coach. Sean Mannion getting set for his second interview to be the offensive coordinator for the Philadelphia Eagles. So look, he already had one interview. It was virtual, but now he's going to be doing an in-person interview this week. So it feels like the Eagles are really trying to uncover every stone to find their new offensive coordinator. I mean, Mike McDaniel's there. You've had other names. Brian Daboll now with Tennessee. I mean, they're going through a laundry list of candidates to try to find. And this is a position that I'm assuming is still going to be coming with play caller duties. I don't think Nick Sirianni is going to be doing play calling that. So, I mean, I would imagine an attractive job. Jalen Hurts, Saquon Barkley, Devontae Smith. We'll see if A.J. Brown's going to be sticking around. I mean, it's a team that's got obviously Super Bowl goals and aspirations. There's a lot of pressure, obviously, with this job too, as we have seen, with their change of coordinators. Now, Kellen Moore left because of a head coach now with the Saints and such, but still, there's a lot of pressure. But if it is Sean Mannion that gets the job and Green Bay is going to be looking for a new quarterbacks coach, you're talking about a third quarterback coach for Jordan Love entering his fourth year as a starter. He had Tom Clements, then Sean Mannion, and then it'll be another one if Mannion gets hired as the coordinator for Philadelphia. Now, Green Bay, if you look at their current coaching roster, coaching staff, they got an option in-house that they could just say, all right, we're giving you the quarterback coach title. And that would be Luke Getsy. Luke Getsy, former quarterbacks coach for the Packers. He was a former quarterback himself, but originally was brought in after doing some time at the college level, was brought in as an offensive quality control coach in 2014 by Mike McCarthy. Then was the receivers coach from 16 to 17 with Green Bay. Went to Mississippi State to become the offensive coordinator and wide receivers coach. Came back to Green Bay in 2019 as the quarterbacks coach. And then 2020 to 2021 was the quarterbacks coach and passing game coordinator. Went to Chicago to be the offensive coordinator for a couple of years. Raiders as offensive coordinator in 2024. And now he's with Green Bay as what they're calling a senior assistant. So that could be a possibility. It would just be a natural pick. Another option possibly would be to bring back Nathaniel Hackett as a quarterbacks coach, former offensive coordinator for the Packers, was a quarterbacks coach with Jacksonville. So, I mean, that would be a possibility. Or maybe it's somebody completely outside of the organization. I would feel like it'd be Luke Getsy, to be honest with you. I feel like that would just be like, okay, he's already just a senior assistant. and he's already there. He's obviously already familiar with Love and such. It feels like that would just be the move. And I'm really curious when it comes to this offensive staff, even if Adam Stenavich does come back and he is the offensive coordinator for next year, is there some movement within that staff? A lot of talk obviously has been about the offensive line. Is Luke Butkus going to be back? Should they try to find a different offensive line coach? And I'm looking at this staff right now. They do have an assistant offensive line coach, Eddie Gordon. Now, Eddie Gordon, he joined the Packers in 2004. Before that, he was a part of the staff at UAB. So, not a ton of time. He was at Georgia, too, so a little bit there as a quality control coach. So, I can't see Adam Stenavich. Adam Stenavich was a really good offensive line coach. I don't know. I highly doubt he'd be a guy that would, take a different role or take a step back down if Green Bay decided to move on from him. You look at wide receivers coach, you still got Jason Vrabel involved in that, even though he's the passing game coordinator. Ryan Mahaffey is the wide receivers coach over there. But, then you got Connor Lewis, who is pass game specialist. Now, he could be the new quarterbacks coach, too, because he was promoted to assistant quarterbacks coach in 2022. I feel like, this is just, again, my gut. We obviously know there's going to be changes on the defensive side with the new coordinator and looking for some new position coaches. But I feel like in the offensive side, we may see some shuffling around. We may see some different roles. We may see some different coaches in here. And I get it that there's Packers fans that are upset that or annoyed and they're yelling and throwing stuff because the Green Bay hasn't announced anything. They haven't thrown anything out there. But I will just say this. This is typical Green Bay. Okay, this is how they do things. This is how they've always done things. Yeah. I'm like, okay, I want to know answers. I want to know what's the plan. All right? I want to know this too. But I'm not going to get all bent out of shape out of it because this is what Green Bay does. This is how they roll. Eventually, they'll probably throw something out there. But it's not going to be a tweet or a Facebook post every single time. They always wait till the very last minute on stuff. It's how it's always been in Green Bay. So I'm not going to get completely bent out of shape until they actually make things officially official. And then, just really quick, Green Bay outside of Rich Bisaccia, they do have two assistants on special teams. Corey Harkey is the special teams quality control, and then Brian Storer is the assistant special teams coach. I'll admit it, I don't know a whole lot about these guys either, but so Storer, so he's been with Green Bay since 2022. Looks like he's kind of followed Rich Bisaccia around. Corey was hired in 2025. He was the assistant special teams coach for the Buffalo Bills from 2022 to 24. Now, I don't know if this means anything, but this is a little bit of a write-up from Packers.com about Corey Harkey. During his 3 seasons in Buffalo, he was a part of the staff that helped the Bills rank number 1 in the NFL over that span in average starting field position, including the number 1 league ranking in 2024 and the number 5 ranking in 2022. Buffalo also led the NFL in field position margin from 2022 to 24, including a league best 4.7-yard margin last season. Bills ranked 6th in the NFL from 2022 to 24 with an average of 10.9 yards per punt, Buffalo's best 3-year mark since 2011 to 2013. All right. Maybe something there a little bit, possibly. I have no idea what's going to happen. And and I get it. The longer this goes and the quieter it is, the more speculation, the more the mind starts to wander for fans. Like, what are they going to do? Oh, they're not going to do this. They're not going to do that, sort of thing. But let's just pump the brakes here a little bit and hold our breaths, okay? All right, we'll take a quick break. Let's talk some more Brewers, talk some more hoops. Badgers in action tonight. Bucks, meh. Where are you at on the Bucks vibe scale right now? Hit me up. Quick break. We'll be back after these few words. Not too early to talk a little free agency yet when it comes to the NFL, right? So I'll kind of found this during the break here. ESPN already has their top 50 free agents when it comes to the NFL. I was going to say Green Bay, but I was just kind of curious to see some of the names on there. And Rasheed Walker's a top 10 one there. Rasheed Walker's coming back to Green Bay. You got Quay Walker, I think, was top 15 because the thing just froze up on me, and Romeo Doubs was listed on there too. So, but with that, Rob Demovsky from ESPN also has a piece out where he takes a look at a few different players. Can the Packers afford to keep Josh Jacobs and Rashawn Gary? Before you're like, Josh Jacobs, we'll explain it here, but we'll read the whole thing. But Rob highlights a few players, why keep him, why cut him, financial ramifications, most likely outcome and such. Rashawn Gary, he's got released. Elton Jenkins, he's got released. Aaron Banks, restructure, pay cut. Josh Jacobs, Josh Jacobs, I believe, will be back. But he, as Rob points out, the 4-year, $48 million contract he signed was always going to have to be reworked after 2 years because of the massive increase in his base salary. Though he doesn't have an offseason roster bonus, his base salaries are set to jump to $10.2 million this season and $12.2 million in 2007. After salary cap charges of just $5.3 and $11.1 in his first 2 seasons, those increased to $14.6 and $16.6 over the next 2 seasons. As he says, most likely outcome, restructure / extension, which, yeah, I think that's the most likely outcome. The one I found interesting on Rob's thing, Nate Hobbs. So Nate Hobbs signed a 40 or $48 million contract this offseason. As Rob noted, though, the only guaranteed money was his $16 million signing bonus. He has a $6.25 million bonus due if he's on the roster the 5th day of the league year in March and would count $13 million on this year's cap. If released, the Packers would only save $1 million on next year's cap. However, it could save up to $9 million if designated as a post-June 1st release. Either way, it would save significantly on future cap space to release him. And Rob says most likely outcome, released. I'll admit, I kind of thought, okay, it's going to be one more year of Hobbs because it's like just 1 million. But you put it that way, makes a really good case. Really good case to move on from Nate Hobbs. And that will easily, I think, go down as, in his tenure, one of the worst signings from Goody in free agency. But does it change with Jonathan Gannon? Because you talk about the style of defenses. That's going to be an interesting one for me. That'll be an interesting one to kind of follow. Looking at some of the top free agents that ESPN's got on here. I'm just kind of looking at maybe some potential Packers options. Yeah, Rasheed Walker, they got at number 8. We got to go bottom bargain, right? Now, John Franklin Myers, a defensive lineman, I think that would be kind of a big boost in that interior defensive line for Green Bay. That would be a good one. We got plenty of time in the offseason to talk about this and such, but I guess right now, if you were a fan, like, what do you feel like is the biggest priority or the biggest need currently for the Packers that they should address in free agency? Is it corner or is it defensive line? And I'm really curious to see how Green Bay approaches free agency this offseason, knowing they don't have a first-round pick. Does it change how they approach free agency? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. But knowing your window is now and for the next couple of years, does it change at all? And I would love to know this too. This is, he'd honestly, Goody would probably publicly not say this, but we're we're all human in this aspect too. I got to imagine he's still got that competitive drive about him. But knowing that his former colleagues and his buddies, John Schneider and Elliott Wolf, are in a Super Bowl this year, especially after those two were very active in free agency or in the offseason. And to be fair, I mean, Goody did pull off the Micah Parsons trade. But does that Schneider's back. He could win his second Super Bowl. He's been there 3 times. Now, Elliott Wolf, the guy that a lot of people wanted to see have the job over Brian Gutekunst. It seemed like it was between those two. I just, I would love to, grab a beer and off the record hear from Goody, okay, does that maybe get you going a little bit more? You got your 2 buddies, your 2 former colleagues over there. They're at the Super Bowl, and you have yet to get there. Does that just drive you a little bit more? I kind of want it to. I hope it does. Now, I don't want it to where he's going to make dumb mistakes and stupid mistakes and just be stupid in his offseason decisions, but I want that to drive him. And I think that would drive a lot of people, wouldn't it? It would for me. If you got that competitive nature, it'd drive me. I'd be all okay, I gotta outdo my my former friend or my former colleague. I don't think that's going to be the basis for his decision making, but maybe it lights a little bit of a fire in the belly. I'm kind of just looking at some of these other ones. Woolen, the corner from Seattle, and I know he's kind of under the spotlight now too. If Seattle would have lost that game, I wonder if he'd be a little bit more in the spotlight, that taunting penalty and such. But I mean, this is a dude he's a big corner, 6'4". Whew. That'd be intriguing. Just looking at some of the quarters, Jalen Watson. We got 4 Packers on this list so far. I think, is it 4? So Rashid Walker, Quay Walker, Malik Willis pops in at 17. Romeo's at 21. 4 Packer free agents in the top 25. I'm just kind of, I wonder if Nashawn Wright from Chicago, another 6'4", big corner on the outside. I'm looking at the bargains. I'm not looking at the top tier ones because I'm like, Joel Patino, the veteran guard. Cade Mays, the center from Carolina. Leo Chanel. Leo Chanel's ranked 45 on here. Could that be an option to replace Quay Walker? Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time to. I'm just going through some of the names that right now on the fly that kind of pop up for me. So, but going back to the question, I would be curious to know if not having a first-round pick for the next 2 years and knowing that window is right now. Your window is now for the next 2 years. How does that change the approach? How does that alter the decision-making this offseason for free agency for Brian Gutekunst? I think it has to up the ante a little bit. It has to. You don't have that first-round pick, and granted, I feel like Goody and the Packers have utilized first-round picks more as projects, not instant contributors right away. I mean, look at the examples. But knowing you're not going to have that talented player for depth purposes and such, a potentially talented player for depth purposes and such, I think it has to change how you approach free agency this year, especially too considering, last year you put everybody on. You kind of called yourself out, you called your coaches out, and said we got to start competing for championships. All right. Granted, injuries had a lot to do with it. You're going to be under the microscope for this year and for next year, even with your extensions. I think you got to approach this offseason with a little bit more intensity, a little bit more open-minded potentially. All right, we'll take our final break for the third quarter. Plenty more to get to here, though. Stick around. We'll be back after these quick words. got about 10 minutes to the top of the hour here. Good morning, Zach. Zach joining in on the stream over there. What up, dude? Hopefully everything's well. Hope the ankle surgery is going well, sir. Man. Just going through some of the stuff on social media is kind of crazy, dudes. Dudes and dudettes. Kind of crazy out there. Jimmy Leonard apparently is getting a request to interview with the Chargers for their defensive coordinator position. I know Schefter, I think it was Schefter yesterday, said that Leonard is a favorite for the Buffalo defensive coordinator position. So, yeah, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of Packers fans that are going to be looking at that one and saying, what if? Just kind of maybe paying a little extra attention to that if he does get a defensive coordinator job and just kind of seeing the results of that too. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be looking at that. Hey, tonight we've got Badger basketball back in action. In fact, tonight college basketball got some rivalries. You've got Badgers taking on the Gophers down at the Kohl Center, and then at the Sonotag tonight, it's Blue Golds and Stouts. You got the women's game tipping off at 6, the men's game scheduled at 8. Obviously, that'll probably be altered or possibly be altered a little bit different depending on the outcome or how long the first game goes, too. So, tag, if you got nothing going on and you want to go watch some hoops, you can go check that out. But Badgers tonight looking to bounce back from their loss to USC over the weekend. I'd say a bad loss at the Kohl Center, too. And you look at, we only got 11 more games left to go. 11 more games left to go in this thing. Woo! I was looking at Ken Palm rankings just to kind of get an idea maybe where Wisconsin is at on this thing. So Ken Palm's latest rankings, I mean, if we're looking at it from a Big Ten standpoint, Michigan's number 2, Illinois 4, Michigan State's 6, Purdue's 8, Nebraska 10. And this was updated yesterday, so I know some of the results here are going to would probably be different at this point. Iowa's 21. Indiana's 30. Yeah, I haven't said Wisconsin yet. Wisconsin 39, and then Ohio State 40. Do we have any bracketology stuff here? Let me see if I can find bracketology here. Okay, so ESPN's bracketology right now, Wisconsin would be. I'm looking for Wisconsin on here. Wisconsin, come on now. Pop it up. Where you at? Okay, Wisconsin would be a 10, but their arrow's going down. Ooh. 10 seed, they'd be taking on Kentucky. Huh. The last 4 buys, Wisconsin's on this. So Wisconsin, according to the bracketology on ESPN right now, Wisconsin is on the bubble. They are in the group of last 4 buys, the last teams to skip that first 4 round, the first 4 in sort of thing. So not great. Right on that cusp there, even with a 14-6 record, not the greatest. They do have some signature wins and such, obviously with Michigan and that, but yeesh. Not a lot of love for Wisconsin so far this year, and I get it. I understand it to a point too, but I don't know, maybe a little bit rough on them. Maybe. I still ultimately think Wisconsin's going to get in. I think they'll still get in the tournament. Multi-bid conferences. This is, again, bracketology on ESPN. Big Ten would have 10, SEC 10, ACC 9, Big 12 7. Big 12's got a little top-heavy there too, but I think they're top-heavy and not a whole lot of other teams behind that. So I think that's what's kind of affecting that conference at this point. So we'll get to some more of your Am I Wrongs, your Mike Star Market Am I Wrong Wednesday. A lot of you, again, just chiming in. And if you got something different, awesome. If it's the same, that's cool. But I will say the clear majority of your Am I Wrongs do involve Bill Belichick not getting into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And I do want to chat a little bit about that coming up in the next hour because we did it in the 6 a.m. hour. So we'll kind of reset it to a little bit coming up in the next hour. But, I get it. You have to have a process when it comes to Hall of Fame voting, whether it's football, baseball, the basketball Hall of Fame. I understand that you got to have a process, but are we making these processes harder than they need to be? Are we making these more difficult than what they need to be? And I'll admit, like off the top of my head, I know you can't have it as easy as, and I'm guilty of saying this too. It's like if that guy's a Hall of Famer, if that person's a Hall of Famer, just vote him into the Hall of Fame. And I understand you can't do that at certain points. Otherwise, you may have like 12 players going in. And like the NFL, that's why when they did their 100th anniversary, they opened it up or they expanded a little bit more to try to create less of a log jam in that. But eventually, you're still going to have log jams in that. But I feel like there's got to be a better way. I don't know what that is off the top of my head. Not to be all conspiracy theory in this thing, I truly wonder, with this whole Belichick thing, I think there's two things that happen into why he is not in the Hall of Fame, why he didn't get elected to the Hall of Fame. Eventually he will. But it is a big deal, the fact that this guy won 6 Super Bowls as a head coach. And he doesn't get in first ballot. If he's like not first ballot, who the heck should be then? Like, I mean, come on. Two things I think happened in this thing. One, maybe a little bit of a kind of out there sort of thing. First one, I think obviously is it's a little baseball-esque, but maybe the writers didn't appreciate how Bill Belichick went about his press conferences. We always made fun of it and such, but maybe the writers didn't appreciate that, which is kind of funny because Bill Belichick in the media, as a media member, he's great. But dealing with the media, did some of them hold him back because of that? Actually, there's 3 things here. Second, is it Spygate? Is it Deflategate? If that's the case, those writers, those voters, you better have the same energy when it comes to Tom Brady then. Third, and this might be a little bit off the cuff, but I could definitely see it. Maybe there were some voters that just thought, okay, this guy's a shoo-in. He's going to get in. So I'm going to vote for this guy because I feel like this guy should get in. I know Belichick's going to just be an automatic in, so I'm just going to use my vote for him. And maybe there were more than just a couple, obviously, that thought that same thing. I think a lot of us have kind of done that, right? We're like, okay, I know that's going to be the vote, even if it's just for a fun poll question. I know a lot of people are going to vote for this one, but so I'm going to throw my vote over here. And it bit him in the butt. You can't do that sort of thing on a vote like this. And you can't just kind of count on everybody else to make up for your goof off or whatever you want to call it. Those are the 3 scenarios I think are at play here in terms of why. And honestly, I will say this. It's another am I wrong, but am I wrong? The voters who voted in this thing should come out, say who they voted for, and explain why. Should there be transparency? I think in this case, because I think if you're the Pro Football Hall of Fame, you're embarrassed right now. You're a little bit embarrassed. All right, shot clock's going to cut me off. Third quarter has come to an end. Fourth quarter. We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes to kick off that fourth quarter. All right. Expectations. What are your predictions, projections for one Jackson Cheerio? All right. Let me know. 3 in, 1 more to go. We got a quick break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Final quarter kicking off right now on this Tuesday morning. Hopefully all of you armchair MVPs are doing absolutely fantastic. Hey, you want one of these armchair MVP club coffee mugs? Go to my Facebook page, facebook.com/Dan Kasper Sports. Check out the video. It's like a minute long, okay? And I'll tell you how you can win, or not win, but I'll get you one. All right, I got a few left. All right, if you're watching the video stream, you can see me. If you want to be a part of a club, coffee club, armchair MVP, go to my Facebook page and check it out, facebook.com/Dan Kasper Sports. And then you could get one of these sweet coffee mugs. Some of you already have them. Some of you are in the club. But if you want a chance to win one, or I always want to say win one. If you want one, there's an opportunity for you to do so. Again, just go to my Facebook page, and you'll see the video over there. I'm getting sidetracked because I got to read Zach's comments here. If the Packers want to make a deep run in the playoffs this next season, they need to make a huge change with special teams, either at coaching or players. Am I wrong? I don't think you're wrong. I think there's also got to be buy-in from the players, too, to play special teams and play it well. I have another one. The Bucs need to either move on from Doc or Giannis to get back to a championship. Am I wrong? Again, I'm not one to bang the table for firings. It feels weird to ask them to clamor for somebody to get fired. But I will say this: I think it. Can I make it politically correct almost and be a little bit more polite with this? Yeah, I think they need a different head coach. I know that's kind of that's kind of a cop way of saying that and avoiding saying the word fire, but yeah, I think they need a change in direction from their leadership standpoint. The thing, yeah. It boggles my mind that this Bucs team last year let go of Adrian Griffin as head coach when they were in first place. And a lot of us, I mean, we talked about it, but a lot of us, said they're winning games, but something just felt a little off. Like we all had that. It just and now hindsight 2020, looking back at it, it was like, man, what did we do? I don't know this. I don't know if this is a great example, and it may not be, but I'll just, you had a lot of people saying in the NFL world, in the football world, talking about like Matt LaFleur and the Packers sense. Like if Matt LaFleur was going to be let go, it's like, hey, it's not always greener on the other side. Is that a cautionary case for what the Bucs did last year, letting go of Adrian Griffin? And look what happened. It's been a tailspin ever since. The weird thing, though, too, is Adrian Griffin's not coaching anywhere, I don't believe. I don't think he wasn't all of a sudden like, oh, my God, we got to get him as our head coach. Like, he was not a hot commodity. I don't believe he is coaching anywhere. I know it's not the greatest. He's not. So I don't know if that's something. Like, is there something that we don't know about, like inside the NBA circles and such? It kind of feels weird. But you're looking back at that, I think that's a what if. What if the Bucs did not fire Adrian Griffin? Would this team and everything else say they Dame's gone, they make the move for Miles Turner, that sort of stuff. Is this team in a different spot? Are they in a better spot? Are they in a worse spot? If the Bucs had held on to Adrian Griffin. Yeah, after I'm just reading a little bit. The team was 30-13 and second place in the Eastern Conference at the time. though their wins had not been resounding. After his firing, the Bucs went 5-8 in their last 13 games before the All-Star break. And the rest was written. I love that, how that phrase is on there on Wikipedia. Although their wins were not resounding. Remember, we talk a lot about that in football, right? Pretty wins, ugly wins, ugly wins. It was an ugly win. I right now, if you're like a diehard Bucs fan, I probably would go back to, it may not be resounding wins, but just give me a win. Give me some wins, for crying out loud. Give me more than just one every few games. Like, I don't know if the Bucs would be in a better spot with Adrian Griffin and such, but it makes you wonder, and we'll never know the full-on answer. We'll never know the truth. Yeah. Is interesting, though. Jackson Cheerio. What's your expectations? What's your predictions for his numbers for this year? So we did this a little bit earlier as part of our Whiteboard Wednesday. 5 categories: batting average, OPS, home runs, RBIs, stolen bases. Give me the lines, or give me the predictions that you have for Jackson Cheerio for those 3 categories. I went batting average 283, OPS 807, home runs 28, RBIs 82, stolen bases 25, which are all slightly ahead of what Baseball Reference has for projections for Jackson Cheerio for this upcoming season. All slightly higher. Baseball Reference, the one I think that kind of surprised me, they have him at 21 home runs, but they don't have him at 20 stolen bases. 19. Which I think I think he's going to get 20 again. BA would be up a little bit. They got him as a 280. I think OPS was 803. Home runs was 21. RBIs was high 70s. So a little bit higher than what they got on there. And with Jackson Cheerio entering year 3, what should the expectation be for him? Should it be fairly high because he's entering year 3? We talked about it with Jordan Love before the season started. A lot of people thought, okay, year 3, we got to see a little bit of a jump, a little bit more from him, just a little bit more. Do we have that same type of energy when it comes to Jackson Cheerio? Yay or nay? Mark from Eau Claire, high expectations this year for Jackson. 280 batting average. 31 home runs, 30 stolen bases. He's going with the 30-30. 95 RBIs, 805 OPS. All right. Keep those coming. All right, let's take a quick break. I want to get back to this Hall of Fame talk and all that good stuff. And I want your thoughts on it. Okay? Let me know what's going through your mind in this whole ordeal. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these few words. About 9:15 this morning. We've been touching on a lot of different topics here with hoops. We've got Badgers, Gophers again tonight. It's rivalry night, really, when you got Blue Golds and the Blue Devils of Stout in action. Gophers and Badgers down in Madison. So you got that going on. Brewers are getting set for closer to catchers and reporters. Reporters too. Catchers and pitchers reporting to spring training and such. But right now, as we get set for the Super Bowl coming up in less than 2 weeks, but that's not even the biggest story right now in the NFL world. It is the snub of one Bill Belichick in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Luke, you and I have talked quite a bit about the Hall of Fame over the years and such. And for the most part, I thought the NFL was better than the baseball in terms of their process and such and that because of grudges or whatever. But this one seems to take the cake in this one of every. Let me just ask you a simple question first before we kind of. Does there need to be transparency when it comes to voting like this?
Probably more so now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that it absolutely needs to happen because, a vote should, in a lot of cases, voting should be a private thing, ultimately. And if you can find the archives online, given that he went to different platforms over time, reread all of Peter King's discussions, and in many cases about the lack of ability to discuss the discussions of Hall of Fame voting, especially the main voting that happens for the main class. This is different, but the main voting, there should be a degree of cloaking to allow for, I guess, honest takes. A lot of people aren't going to say what they want to say if they know that it's going to get quoted, especially nowadays. On the other hand, having actual votes out there is probably a good thing. This is going to push that more. So I would say that's why I'm still in the not 100% yes, because there's consequences to that too. But like the notion of a commissioner's exemption was popping through my head this morning. And I don't know that Roger Goodell can do that. And I don't know that he'd want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know if a player would or a person would want that almost either because I don't know, it kind of taints it a little bit. Like it's like a participation award almost sort of thing.
Kind of, yeah.
Like, this is the only way I got in because somebody had to use all their powers to, sort of thing. Like, that's just me, though.
See,
it's
the mark. Either way, the mark is on Bill Belichick permanently.
It is.
And we have to emphasize there's an if. There is a possibility. I always like to say there's a greater than zero, probably less than one, but a greater than 0% chance that there were no votes, probably not enough to get to the threshold, but there were probably some no votes that were on some other principle besides sticking it to Bill Belichick. It could be someone that went, for example, Tom Brady was the ultimate reason, the great Brady versus Belichick debate that we've had for years. Well, there might have been a couple that went, you know what, after everything, it was Brady, it wasn't Belichick. What we saw after Brady left lessened my view. I'm speaking as a hypothetical voter. Lessened my view, so no, maybe he really isn't a first ballot, and they genuinely believe that. And they're not going to vote for him. Maybe there are some people that hold to the principle of you cannot, whatever. I don't think that really applies in here versus, say, Major League Baseball. But there could be other reasons for that versus just screw you, Bill Belichick, i.e. the Bill Polian theory. And we emphasize theory because, of course, he's saying, I can't remember what I said.
Well, first when he says, no, I didn't, but then, come on, dude.
Right.
You're digging yourself in a deeper hole. You just don't even talk at this point.
Right. So if that was the objective of at least some, like in all likelihood Polian, and some others, to say once and for all Bill Belichick was not a first ballot Hall of Famer, so that is on the record, mission accomplished. There's no going back from that.
No.
That is a mark 100 years from now. I'll be like, why wasn't the arguably greatest, who knows, one of the greatest coaches of all time, not a first ballot Hall of Famer? What happened yesterday will be talked about for decades. Sorry, it's done. Doesn't matter what happens.
Right.
But if this is egregious, remember the definition of egregious is something really bad happening. Again, in Hall of Fame voting, is it really that bad in the grand scheme of things? No. But in that context, does the commissioner have to step in and go, wow, this, if he has enough evidence to say, we're talking evidence and Bill Belichick here, ironically, can he then correct the wrong? Because this is a pretty big PR hit on the Hall of Fame.
It is.
Dan Wetzel's column this morning saying, why even have the Hall of Fame? No one was questioning that before.
Right.
No one. And suddenly today it's like, why bother? I mean, you'd say he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I think he's a first ballot Hall of Famer. I mean, I think our opinions of him as a coach probably gone down after Brady left because the performance wasn't as good. But
let me throw this out there. How much, and this isn't a thing, it shouldn't be, because as Courtney Cronin put it out there, baseball is kind of more of a thing in terms of sportsmanship and all that, whereas football, they don't have, that. And I don't think this should factor into it, but how much is it with the whole what has transpired during his time at North Carolina and the public appeal sort of thing? I mean, does that
really
shouldn't? It shouldn't, but does it come into play for some people?
So we're back to the O.J. Simpson theory.
Yeah.
Essentially that, which I know Simpson was in the Hall of Fame before all of that happened, but that's the go-to example.
Or is it kind of like T.O.? Like T.O. probably should have been a first ballot, but people kept him up because of other stuff going on in that. But
and we're going to cite him a lot because he's the one who's, I think he's provided the most insight. Maybe Rick Gosselin, but Peter King probably has provided the most insight on the process of this and emphasizing that you are not supposed to, what Courtney Cronin said. Well, and I'm trying to remember, did Courtney Cronin work with Peter King at some point? I'm trying to remember what the Peter King tree is. She may not have been on that one.
No, you're thinking of another person we had.
Kaylin Kaler.
Yeah, you're thinking of her.
Alliterative reporter names with a K. But he has emphasized that over and over again. And I remember a lot of the emails they would get, why are you not? And he would say, look, you cannot consider that stuff. That's what's supposed to happen. Of course, these are also humans too. Mm-hmm. It's going to bleed in. But yeah, North Carolina should have nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
An early 20-something girlfriend should have nothing to do with this. I don't think it does mostly. I think I really think it's Spygate.
Which, if it is Spygate and Deflategate and all that, Tom Brady better be treated the same way.
Yeah.
I mean, same voters. They should, but they won't. Mm-hmm. They won't. Mm-hmm. But it should be the same. By definition, that should be the same way, shouldn't it? The
thing is, by the time Tom Brady comes, what year is he?
It should only be 2 more years or something. So
I kind of wonder if there will be, I saw Aaron Schatz was mentioning that this morning, and he said this is totally self-serving, but we need younger voters because he was that. I don't know if you saw that spreadsheet that's going around this morning, and so looking at the list, and there are some long in the tooth voters around there. These may be the ones that because this is also a bit of an analytics versus wins and losses debate, which that would be a more legitimate reason to reject Bill Belichick if you're looking at it from. If you don't look at it from an analytical point of view or however that gets away from the stuff that shouldn't matter. Mm-hmm. And if you're going to reject Bill Belichick because of a fundamental football perspective, that's fair. I think it's probably wrong, but at least that's trying to assess how you actually did as a coach. I can understand if someone's coming from that perspective. But then maybe we need the younger perspective. We saw that in Major League Baseball. A lot of first-time voters. We saw the big increase for Felix Hernandez, the classic example of wins and losses don't really matter anymore. We've been hearing that for a decade now. Now we're finally starting to see that apply to the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. So maybe the same thing needs to happen with the Pro Football Hall of Fame and get younger, more analytical people in. And maybe, I guess ironically, that could lead to Bill Belichick having a better shot. He's going to get in next year. Well, then again, I thought he was going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer this year.
I don't know. I know that was, before all this a few weeks ago when the finalists were announced and such, and there was talk, Kraft and Belichick together.
Yeah.
I'll do conspiracy theory. How much did Kraft get to the voters?
I've been wondering that. Because wait, just remind me, I'm trying to keep up with the data. Kraft still could get in this year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because that was the talks like, dude, that's going to be kind of awkward if it's Belichick and Kraft in at the same time.
So if it's Kraft and not Belichick?
Kraft's been a finalist, hasn't gone in yet. A lot of people feel like he should because,
Yeah.
I mean, look at the amount of Super Bowls and such.
Right. Okay. So then, I mean,
do we know when they did this vote?
did I see something like January 13th or something?
So it was before the conference championships.
I think so. Again, don't quote me on that, but I thought it's in some of the stories.
Because if it was after the conference championship and New England's back to the Super Bowl, then I'm really going conspiracy theory here because they're like, oh, Kraft went to another Super Bowl because he's got like the record for appearances for owner like within a certain time frame.
Well,
and then it's
because so like all the voting has, because typically it would be Super Bowl week. I mean,
now that's for the modern era. Like I think
right. I think this was earlier because like if it's a let's credit the Pats but not Belichick, stick it to Belichick because look what Vrabel did. See, he brought him back. And it wasn't just Belichick. Well, it also wasn't just Brady. I mean, Drake May is now the quarterback. Gosh, there's so many cross currents on this. Also, while Kraft if he does get voted in the next couple weeks, while that's going to look unfair, it's going to get a lot of controversy because of this. Otherwise, I don't think it has that level of controversy. What you just pointed out is something we're going to have to, for everyone, let's keep this in mind. He's been up multiple times. This is not a matter of first ballot Kraft or Belichick. Kraft probably should have been in by now. I know that, again, then it gets into the whole, well, if he's in, then who do you take out sort of thing. Right. It's more of a thicket. But if he gets in, he probably does deserve to get in. Unless we're able to find out the actual votes of people. And you're back to what you said before. Do we need more transparency to find out did people vote for Kraft and not vote for Belichick? And if so, did they have differing reasons? Fair enough. Or was it let's stick it to Belichick and vote for Kraft? Then it's subjective, but I think we're in agreement. I think most people would think that line of reasoning is, if not unacceptable, far from ideal, shall we say, for a Hall of Fame voter, if that is the case. And in all likelihood, it probably is for a few.
The other part, too, is like, because you see a lot of the voters that are coming out that voted for him, and they all said, we just assumed he was a lock.
Peter King's quote, we can't say on the air.
Yeah.
and he didn't vote, but he was like,
yeah. But so my thought, I'm trying to figure out everything. It's like, the too many, we've done it before on poll questions and stuff like, okay, I know that's a lock, so I'm going to vote for this one.
Yeah.
Did some voters do that thinking he was going to be a lock? But too many did it, obviously, and it bit him in the butt.
We've seen that happen in a lot of instances where there's voting, whether it's presumably politics. I mean, there you're dealing with millions of people, but there's been theories over elections in the past of like people go, oh, I'll vote for this person because
or a write-in, like, oh, I'm just going to write in so-and-so.
And little does everyone know there's so many people doing that it actually like skews an election.
Yeah.
Or maybe like the Oscars or the Grammys. You'll sometimes hear versions of that of, well, but there's just enough people that in isolation do that. That might have been the case here. Just enough, and you got over the tipping point of 20%.
Yeah.
No's.
Because it's at least 11 out of the 50 said, no.
It doesn't take that many
No.
to do that.
No.
I mean, if you were a voter, would you have, based on the final years of Belichick as an NFL coach, his production with the Patriots, would that give you, even if you were determined to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, would that give you any slight hesitation of, well, he's still a first ballot? Does it give you any pause at all?
I look at those last couple. No, it doesn't, because he's going in as a coach and not a general manager. And I feel like those last few years, the general manager, Bill, screwed up that team. That's my thoughts on it. Like, he's not going in as the guy making the front office decisions. It's the coach. Yeah. And I'm sorry, numbers don't lie. 6 Super Bowls, you can't take that away. And the whole Brady versus Belichick, Bill Walsh is in, Joe Montana's in, Terry Bradshaw's in, Chuck Noll's in. I mean, every quarterback head coach combo's in.
Can we also
take that out the window?
Right. Can we also go back to Tom Brady? he was above average in the totality of the Super Bowls. He had some great moments, but he wasn't that outstanding in the Super Bowls themselves. That was a thing. Like, we're not just bringing this up now. That's been talked about before. Go watch the games if anyone needs to. Go watch the games. He was not a liability. Let's make that abundantly clear. And you'd rather have Tom Brady than just about any other quarterback in any of those Super Bowls. But in those games, I think for the most part that I would give more credit to Belichick than Brady. Maybe overall, if we're going to get back to the Brady-Belichick debate, maybe then you could say it was more Brady than Belichick for the totality of their time together, for the aughts and the 2010s, those 2 decades. But in those Super Bowls, I would argue it was more the play calling of Bill Belichick. Well, heck, now that we're having a Patriots-Seahawks reunion, let's go back to the end of that Super Bowl. Now, there was one play there that looked pretty bad for Belichick, and then one play there, the final one, ace. That's one of the best plays we've ever seen in Super Bowl history. We're not going to count that? Really?
Right.
That's Belichick. No knock on Brady because it's a defensive play. But the Malcolm Butler play and all the scheming around that's Belichick. I remember watching, you remember watching how that last drive went. That was Belichick. That's Hall of Fame stuff. My gosh, why are we not?
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah.
All right, we got to take a quick break. Plenty more to get to coming up after these few words. So Bucks losing again yesterday, which is probably no surprise to anybody at this point. With the trade deadline coming up next week, you are one John Horst, Luke. How do you approach the deadline, or how do you think the Bucks approach the deadline? So if it's two different answers, one, how would you approach it? Two, how do you think they will approach it? Where are you at on this?
Thing they got to decide: are you tanking? Are you trading Giannis?
I don't think they trade Giannis. No. I think if anything, who was it that explained it? Because they technically, if they wait till the offseason, they could get more draft picks because more open up in that. So
I think they. I think like if I were them, and what I think they're ultimately going to do are the same, a slight version of a tank. You can't go full tank because you're basically inviting the NBA to try to, not the NBA is going to have, well, I don't know. Maybe this is the time that they decide to put the hammer down. But you don't want to blatantly say, we're tanking. Because the NBA ultimately doesn't like that. It's just that the enforcement is generally weak. But don't push it too much. It's like saying, everybody speeds. I'm not going to worry about that. Then you go 15 miles over and then you get caught. Well, okay, so this was the time that you got caught. Why did you do that? Don't mess with that.
Yep.
So they can't do a full tank. They can't get rid of, without going to what are the apron deals, blah, 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 blah. But you can't just trade off Miles Turner and trade off all the Antetokounmpo brothers. I know that doesn't mean much salary-wise, but you can't trade off everyone and do a super tank to try to go on a 30-game losing streak to try to maybe get the number one pick. There's decent enough players near the top of this particular draft. I think you'd be okay if you make the right draft pick. Or maybe John Horst is going to do another futures project. It just tends not to work. I think they'll do something a little more subtle than that so that they can try not to compete too much. That makes sense. I think that's the right approach. The NBA doesn't get their the NBA will acknowledge okay, yeah, we know what you're doing, but you're not being egregious. But the trade options aren't that great for Giannis.
Yeah,
I know. That's been all of the talk, all the cottage industry. Bill Simmons did the whole final calls on your Giannis trade ideas, and he thought the best one was still the Hawks. At this point, maybe, but there's not a great one right now. I think that's the answer.
Yeah, and I don't feel like, I know some people, was it Mark Spears said this is the last we've seen Giannis in a Bucks jersey that I don't think the Bucks are going to shut him down either. I feel like Giannis is going to then throw a fit. If he's cleared to play, he's going to play.
Yeah.
I don't see the Bucks saying, all right, you're done for the rest of the year to try to really tank it.
There's some implications if they say, no, you are not going to play. Whoa.
Yep.
That gets a lot more dramatic. Of course, I guess if Giannis doesn't really want to go and you almost want to push him hey, no, we don't even want you to play with us. Maybe that's what you have to do to force Giannis to accept a trade. I guess if that makes sense.
Yeah.
If he really is that much of a homebody that despite all of the rumors, he's still do I really want to be traded? Maybe the Bucks almost... It's like those analogies of where you almost have to get angry with someone to get them to finally do what you want them to do.
Yeah.
Make them dislike you to force it. I'm probably getting too psychoanalytical with that, but maybe that's what it takes.
Yeah. We're going all over the place here now too, because we chatted a little bit about yesterday, but the rumors are swirling that Rich Paul is trying to get Giannis to hire him. And he's going about it the right way if these are true. He's talking to his brother, Thanasis. So it's Giannis has Thanasis and then an agent, but then it's Thanasis is the side, I don't know what you would even call him, manager, I guess. It's like the show Entourage where you got Vinny as a talent and then his best friend E is his manager, and then he's got Ari as his agent. Yeah. So I feel like Thanasis, if anybody has watched Entourage, fantastic show. Have you seen it?
I've not, but okay. I know it's one of the best shows of this century.
Awesome.
Yes.
Ari Gold is one of the best characters of all time. But anyways, it's E is Thanasis, Giannis is Vinny, the actor, the star, and everything, and then he's got his entourage with. That's what it is. I feel like that's what it's kind of turning into. Ari Gold is Rich Paul at this point.
There's a reason why the Antetokounmpo brothers keep showing up in either the Bucks organization or some other organization that is rumored to be interested in Giannis. People wouldn't be bringing in brothers that don't really have anything to do with winning an NBA championship unless there were a direct tie to one of the best players on the planet. Well, it's okay. There's your answer right there. So we can eye roll at that all day long, but if it keeps happening, everyone didn't collectively get stupid when it comes to Giannis. No, they're doing this because they understand that's how you get to Giannis. That's what works.
Yep.
So
can we, to all the people, and we've had a few of them chime in that essentially are absolving Giannis of any blame of where the Bucks franchise is at this point. It's not 100% certain, but we can kind of tell. Yeah, a lot of these decisions by John Horst in the front office, whether obviously they didn't work out. Can we comfortably say a lot of it was done for Giannis, so he deserves some of the
by all accounts, yes.
Yeah, does he deserve some of that blame?
Yes. In all likelihood, I guess we'll never know the actual answer, but all the reporting sure points in that direction.
They trade for Dame. Giannis had something to say for that, right? The what if, of course, is the I threw this out there before you came. What if Adrian Griffin never got fired? Now it's I don't know if the team would still be in this spot, but you could kind of look as soon as he came aboard and Doc Rivers came aboard, everything kind of started to fall down. Again, the other part in this too is like, okay, Adrian Griffin had him as I think second place in the Eastern Conference. He's not coaching anywhere, so then that's the other part. Is like if he was this great coach, and obviously he was an assistant coach for a long time too, but maybe he decided not to coach. He's collecting the money, which
also possible.
A lot of us would do if we don't have to go to work and collect millions of dollars. Sign me up for that. I'd do that too, but I do wonder a what if.
It was an odd start to last season.
It was.
They were so good and yet so not good at the same time.
I don't know if this is a great comparison or a great analogy to this. But is it almost like the example of Packers fans wanting to fire Matt LaFleur? Where it's like, yeah, there was a lot of ugly wins or ugly games in that, but would you, right now, if you're a Bucs fan, would you rather go back to the Adrian Griffin era where, yeah, there were ugly wins and not resounding wins?
I'd say probably more so earlier in Matt LaFleur's tenure.
Yeah.
I remind me how this went, because I remember the criticism, but I want to remember specifically. After the 2020 NFC Championship game, so that would have been after Matt LaFleur's second season, how many calls, not necessarily from media folks, but from the fan base, were there for LaFleur to be fired as opposed to criticism of, hey, LaFleur screwed this up? And even there I was like, well, he kind of did, but I don't recall how many people went so far as to say, fire Matt LaFleur after 2 seasons and 2 consecutive NFC Championship game appearances. Do you recall that after that 2020 season? And the loss of the Buccaneers at Lambeau?
I don't recall firing, but I do recall a lot of, I don't want to say hate, a lot of frustration towards him, mostly because of that, decided to go for the kick, the field goal at the end instead of going for it. I think a lot of it was boiled down to Mike Pettin and the defensive call before halftime too.
Also
so
that,
and then we know what happened after that too. So I don't think there was really firings, but there was a lot of frustration geared towards LaFleur's decision making in that game.
So it's kind of a variation on Griffin. You had the ad, now I suppose there was the latter Aaron Rodgers era too. So there was a bit of that. But then there was the whole LaFleur, Aaron Rodgers, do they get along thing? We remember that.
Yeah,
that was blown out of proportion, but it was.
Well, and the Adrian Griffin one started off so weird because of the Terry Stotts thing. Like, what? Like, we never really found out exactly what happened, where he quit right before the season began.
That didn't look good. Like, that was a warning sign.
Yeah. And I think, if I remember correctly, when we were talking about it more, like, Adrian Griffin was more known for his defense. And I think we were kind of like, where's the defensive issue?
It was ironic.
Yeah. So it was kind of weird. A little bit weird in that aspect.
And different scenarios too. I mean, maybe this was something that was hollowing out pretty fast and would have collapsed eventually. What Doc Rivers ended up doing might not have ended up being all that different. Maybe. We don't know. We'll never know.
Right.
But I think that's different from LaFleur, where there's a lot more substance. There's plenty of justifiable criticism of his coaching approaches. especially this particular last playoff game. Oh, that's justifiable. But there's a lot of good that he does where you don't then go, wow, we maybe need to get rid of him fast. I think the Bucs did a bit of a panic move with Griffin, but it might have been the right panic move, if that makes any sense. Because I
Just the wrong replacement.
yeah. And like at first, look, and I know there are plenty of people critical of Rivers, but kind of made sense at the time. Like, oh, well, he does have a pretty good record, even with all the blown games. He's, generally a good coach, a winning coach, a championship coach, ways back, but he was. And the whole Milwaukee connection thing. So, like, it kind of felt good in some ways.
I feel like they don't bring in Doc unless Giannis said yes.
That's the other part of all of this.
Yeah.
What does Giannis want? And so we're back to...
Because was it the report Giannis didn't want Nick Nurse?
Yeah.
Which,
well,
did that work out?
I mean, I guess it kind of did. Like, there were, oh gosh, all of the second guessing over, you didn't bring in Nick Nurse. What could have happened? I know there's more to the 76ers than Nick Nurse, but outside of this year, where now they're finally looking good, it's not that Nick Nurse turned them into world beaters.
No.
Again, he may have been hindered by other stuff. Joel Embiid being Joel Embiid. The process still not working out. Great, Paul George, cool. But if Nurse was that good, I would think if he was Eric Spoelstra, basically, working with more limitations, I guess. Weird to think the Heat have limitations, but they kind of do. Then I think we could have made a bigger case for that. But
I think the other coach that was like a finalist was Kenny Atkinson.
yeah, he was mentioned a fair amount, I do recall.
He got the Cleveland job last year. This year, Cleveland's probably a little underwhelming at this point. So
yeah, I think they overperformed last year. I know a lot of stuff has gone wrong this year, like smaller things, but it's added up. Ultimately, though, I think this is on John Horst. I think maybe I'm more of a Horst skeptic. He's made aggressive moves, and I'll give him that credit, of course. And he did build a team that won a championship. So I'm not saying that Horst sucks. No, he's done good things, but I don't think he's the most critical person in the organization. I would just assume they have a different general manager, maybe someone who can, hate using this term, but I will say it, stand up to Giannis. Well, maybe you need someone who can do that and say, no, look, we're doing this in the best interest of the team. You're going to be fine, Giannis. If we do this, it's going to be okay. You're going to win. Just because you don't like this coach or that, or you wanted, let's do that. I think they needed someone more like that. And I don't know what changes until they get a different general manager.
Yep. All right, quick break, and we'll tell you who the new head coach is for the Cleveland Browns. A little breaking news. We'll tell you that coming up after the quick break. the new head coach for your Cleveland Browns, if there is any Browns fans out there.
Do you know any Browns fans?
I don't think I do.
I think I might. I'm trying to think if I know one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Todd Monken is the new head coach, former offensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens, is the new head coach. So don't know if that means Schwartz would stay on as defensive coordinator. If he doesn't, I think he'd be a hot commodity for a lot of teams out there. So
Thoughts? Is this a good move?
honestly, I just feel like the Browns were in a situation where nobody wanted the job, and they're scrambling like, okay, we got to get somebody that wants it. This almost gives me Texans vibes when they had Lovie Smith and who was the coordinator, special teams coordinator they hired for a year, Dave something. I don't remember what it was.
But yeah, that was that screwed up thing, and they're like, we want Josh McCown, or was it Josh McCown that they were trying to
something? It was
groom
weird.
him up to be the next coach or something. Well, they lucked out with Ryans, obviously.
I mean, it's not a receiver defer, but you look at the AFC North right now. Is Mike McCarthy the best coach in the AFC North?
Oh my gosh.
We don't know about Minter.
It's an incomplete.
Todd Monken, but we know about Mike McCarthy.
Mm-hmm. Hey, he's a highly successful coach. We get to use this again.
Yeah, but he is.
He is.
And then Zach Taylor.
He went to a Super Bowl.
Credentials, though, Mike McCarthy's probably the best coach in the AFC North right now.
Yeah. And still, we don't know. I mean, they're all like in that zone of like probably not imminently fireable, but also not anyone who's going to be a coach. Well, Minter maybe could be a coach of the year, but they're going to have to go to the Super Bowl, and now it's going to be the Lamar versus the coach thing, like Brady versus Belichick. So if Minter does well, cool. But if Lamar does well, that's the credit.
Yep.
And we're like, everyone's waiting to finally give credit to Lamar Jackson because we want to see him get to a Super Bowl.
Yep. Cardinals and Raiders are the only ones that are now left opened. So
shocker.
Yeah. Right.
But as we were talking during the break, there might be a reason for the Raiders.
I think
waiting.
the Raiders are waiting for Kubiak from Seattle. I feel like if Brady truly is leading this charge, I mean, he just got done watching Seattle again, right?
Scouting.
Yeah. I feel like, okay, you just let go Pete Carroll, a veteran coach after 1 year, defensive kind of minded coach. I wonder if they go offense, especially if you do go quarterback with the first pick. And right now, I mean, you look at the job that Kubiak has done with Sam Darnold and that Seattle offense coming off of, you probably want some of that right now.
Yes, you do.
So I feel,
help Mendoza if he's in all likelihood going to be the Raiders pick.
Yep. Cardinals, who the heck knows? It's just, I don't even know right
now. Look, they were talking to, right now, bottom 5 organizations in the NFL, overarching speaking. So that could also be part of the reason that they're just, people don't want to go coach there.
I'll just say this. I'm looking at NFL.com of the list of people who have got a second interview scheduled with the Cardinals. Mike LaFleur is the only one. Brother of Matt LaFleur. I think Anthony Weaver. Yeah, Anthony Weaver also does too. So we'll see. But
think they're going to hire Mike LaFleur?
If you're Mike, why? I'm just, you don't know who your quarterback is. I mean, it's not a great situation.
No.
You're in a pretty good, comfy spot right now. I know you're not calling plays, but you're with the Rams. And if, again, Sean McVay, you're going to get a job. Like everybody's interviewing all of his assistants for head coaching jobs. So I don't know.
I mean, I guess if you could do a resuscitation project, that's the plus.
Yeah.
Of course, you're also going to be going up against Sean McVay
and the 49ers and the Seahawks.
Yeah. Not the best division to be. I know stuff floats, but I think the Seahawks are going to stick around for a while. Rams are going to stick around as long as McVay's there. They're locked into the perennial contender thing.
I'd say that with the 49ers too. So
yeah, I mean, they injury bugs, but they regenerate. They find ways. Maybe if there's one bad year here or there, kind of like with the Rams. Cardinals, yeah, why?
Yeah.
They're one of those organizations kind of now they're in the zone of if they folded, would anyone really notice? Could we just go down to 31 teams and we'd be like, oh, wait, I haven't heard about the Cardinals in a while.
Maybe that could be the Europe team that it was supposed to be Jacksonville. They can go over there.
The London Cardinals.
Yeah.
That'd be their 4th city.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yep. All right. That's going to do it for us. Have a fantastic rest of your Wednesday. Same place, same time tomorrow morning. We'll chat with you all then.